Well, that was really hilarious timing. I joked on my water right as the stream started. So, hi everybody. There we go. How's it going, everybody? Okay, I think I'm fine now. No air like water. That's right. How's it going, Carabola Streams, Doom Train, Faley, Do Not Put Me on Pizza, It's Dashweeb, Archivarium. Shout out to that Baylor's Ring of Wrath relic that you shared on the Discord there. If you play no skills during your turn, gain 1 strength. Super cool. Malkavian, how's it going? How's it going, non-biners? Atlas WW, Gokaka, Broken Bard, Ghost, Ravenhawk, C Squared, Fluffy Mittens, Quercus Helvetica, how's it going? Howdy, bite your ankle. Dwarven Heart. And all my lovely lurker crew. Cringier, thanks for that full year. May Lord Snecko bless me with good RNG and good health, and many, many zero-cost cards. How's it going? Praise, Snecko. Here goes. So, we're still on the Silent. Silent's been giving me a bit of a hard time. I feel like our first run yesterday was lost due to being unable to find scaling. The second run was lost due to misplays. I think this was a winnable champ fight. I just failed to make it happen correctly. But that means we get a new Silent run today. And what kind of Silent run will it be? That is the question. Floor 50 is the first boss. That's right. We died straight up to Time Eater on this one. The first of our Act 3 bosses. 58 damage taken in 5 turns is a pretty sad showing against Time Eater, generally speaking. This deck needed a couple of footworks, maybe a Will Aid plans too, to really have a chance, and we weren't able to get that. Still had 5 strikes in this deck too, which I'm sure was part of the loss. Really do want to get rid of those strikes on Silent. They're so worthless in the late game, even if you do have decent physical attack scaling. Ooh, 250 gold star with an early shop? Ooh. Spire, you shouldn't have. Look at this path. Spire, you sultry beast. All the elites. And then there's like option for combats or events here. We'll decide at each of these junctions where to go. But I love this path. 3 elites all after the act chest. Tons of early cash spending material. Actually, maybe we go to this shop. That way we have the option to face the Burning Elite if we got adequately strong. I don't know exactly what would be required to be able to opt into the Burning Elite. But either way, we still get this rest site, right? A little bit less money prior to the shop. But absolutely, with 250 gold, taking on an early Burning Elite is within reason. This much money at the start allows us to afford 2 relics, or a relic and a card removal, or a couple of potions. There's a lot of really good stuff that you can do with it. And giving up max health is one of the least damaging penalties, in my opinion. Especially at the start of your run. So 250 gold for a few max health is always one of my favorite ways to start a run of Slay the Spire. Strike, right? Yeah. 27 health left, huh? Technically, 3 strikes and neutralize gets there. Let's see what we can make happen here. Let's take a little bit here, a little bit there. Before you know it, the bird is gone. Not too bad. Deadly Poison, Blur, or Piercing Wail. We're fighting Guardian. Guardian could actually be a reason to take Blur, but I usually think you're looking to add a damage in your early run. Good afternoon, Hawkeye. Ice Cream, Art of War, Pyramid Poison deck. That sounds like a really good time. Sally was definitely initially one of my favorite characters. She's got a whole bunch of different play styles that'll feel very fun to play, whether you're poisoning every enemy with massive numbers, or you're playing a million cards with 1,000 cuts and afterimage. The Silent is just fun to play. She does tend to end up fairly difficult, I tend to find. But she's a good time. Hey, Boss Ross, welcome from the YouTube. You're just in time for some live Spire. It's like regular YouTube Spire, except you can also see me lose sometimes. How fun that is. Deadly Poison's really good against the Jawworm, letting it... Ooh, not that draw, though. Yikes! Awkward. We don't kill this turn. We can probably kill next turn. Yeah. Okay, a few hit points lost to the early encounters, but we get a very good potion, Fire Potion for 20 damage, and we're offered Quick Slash, Reflex, or very early Well-Laid plans, letting us retain stuff. Definitely tempted by Well-Laid. As of that one Hexaghost Downfall run. True, there is technically a loss on there. Could see taking this Quick Slash as an early damage pickup. Quick Slash is personally one of my least favorite damage cards on the Silent, though. Although it does reasonable damage with a pretty good upgrade of +4. And it stays kind of relevant in the later game with its draw 1. It just doesn't combo with anything. And so it's never really any more than just do a little bit of damage and draw a card, which becomes very, very irrelevant very quickly. Currently pretty short for Norbert, indeed. That's where the shop's going to have to come in. Taking a Well-Laid plans for Sentries and Lega here. Oh ho! Juicy choices. Very juicy choices. Potentially very early Prismatic Shard could lead to all sorts of fun shenanigans. There's also the incredibly powerful relic, Paper Crane, making enemies deal 40% less damage when weakened. This is one of the strongest defensive relics Silent has access to. And I think that goes really, really well with just trying to win a run in general. And it pairs even nicely with Poison, because Poison makes Weak more easy to apply. We've already got Well-Laid plans for the Neutralize, I think further improving the value of the Paper Crane a little bit. Damage-wise, our options are a bit awkward. Finisher is better than normal thanks to Well-Laid plans, as is Eviscerate, but both are pretty difficult to make work at the moment. Discovery could be shockingly powerful at the moment. But I think I am going to take this Paper Crane. An origami of a creature from a past age, leaving us with 111 gold. Enough for a card removal and something, or the Noxious Fumes to further augment our damage output. I really do like a Fumes here. I don't think we became adequately prepared for a Burning Elite. I do not think that anything in this shop could have prepared me for this. So I think we're not likely to go on the red path now. We're probably just going to go to this node here and prepare ourselves from there. That's my guess, but I will pick up a Fumes this early and skip the rest. More money. I'll take more money. I'll take all your money. And basically get a perfect heal from the banana. Could get some more health out of the donut here for the long run. Since I'm not fighting this even with 60 health. Don't think that would be a good idea. First upgrade, probably fumes. Have 3 elites to get through. Let's just take the banana. Delicious banana. Healing banana. Magical upgrade banana. Nonbiner says, when you talk about adding about 5 damage cards in the first act, do I include Noxious Fumes? Because it's not upfront damage. Yes, I do include it. Anything that is non-upfront damage still counts. So, like Inflame on Ironclad or Combust on Ironclad would be a couple of examples of something. A lot of damage powers kind of fall into this category. Defragment on Defect. What else is kind of slow damage? Darkness Orb on Defect. That's not upfront damage, but it's still damage. And there can be ways to make damage that's not upfront become damage that is upfront. That's not the case with Noxious Fumes, but it could be for some other cards. Stuff like Caltrops. Battle Hymn on Watcher takes a few turns to kick in, but still a useful damage card. Since we don't have 2 potions yet, and we barely added any cards so far, let's take a couple more combats here. See how this deck performs against Lice. Keep 1 strike. And kill this one with a singular strike. Good job, Fumes. Probably want to upgrade Neutralize very shortly. Oh, more poison. Bouncing Flask. Applies poison to a random enemy multiple times. Despite the randomly targeted nature of it, you should think of Bouncing Flask as a single target card, as that's where randomly targeted damage is most effective, when there's only one thing to randomly target. I gotta say, Paper Crane plus a bunch of good poison cards is a very good start to a run. Very promising. Just give me a Sucker Punch and we're really going to be good. Could maybe branch out a little bit with a Blade Dance there. For a bit more upfront, but I don't think so. I don't think it's a good idea. This is not too bad of a hard pool fight. One kill. Want the beast to die. It's gonna attack me for 11 here. Unfortunately, that means dealing with this. Could use the fire potion to save all the health here, but I'm only taking 7 if I preserve it. And I think fire potion's worth more than 7 health. I'd have been able to kill this one and avoid the Vuln on this turn, but I was hoping we wouldn't get attacked. There was a chance we didn't. Either way, a relatively smooth play. Some blah. Dagger Throw is acceptable. Deal 9, draw 1, discard 1. It's like a damage card that doesn't take up a spot in the deck, is how I'd like to look at both Quick Slash and Dagger Throw. But Dagger Throw has the added advantage of activating discard effects, giving you energy from Hovering Kite, letting you discard Reflex or Tactician, stuff like that. With 3 Act 1 elites standing before us, I think one more decent damage card does fit the bill here. So we'll pick up a Dagger Throw. And that should be it, unless we see any really premium cards. I don't plan on fighting another combat after this elite, probably. We'll go Elite, Event, Elite, Fire, Elite. See how that goes. Hopefully with the help of Bronze Scales, dishing out 3 damage back whenever we take a hit. Perfect combo. Love Bronze Scales, Paper Crane. Great stuff. One of the best common relics, I tend to think. Very consistent, a little bit of damage help, and when you get to the end game, it can be quite a lot. It is Gremlin Knob first, but lo, we have drawn our Bouncing Flask on turn 1, and so this Gremlin Knob shall be most deeply impacted by damage per turn. Do I want an Energy Potion for 12 more damage right now? I probably should. I'm happy to use both potions to get past a Gremlin Knob here. Let's just do this. Then if I get to save the Fire Potion, even better, but probably not. We can do math, because we have an exact idea of our draw next turn. So let's do some numbers here. Poison deals 8 this turn. So going from 42 down to... Where's my calculator? 42 minus 8. 34 minus 3. It'll have 31 health next turn. And I can deal another... No, we're not going to kill it without using the Fire Potion, but I am going to cleanly kill it with the Fire Potion. So I'm going to use the Fire Potion. But note that the Fire Potion wouldn't be a kill here if I hadn't used the Energy Potion for the 2 strikes on turn 1. So that Energy Potion just saved me 33 health, essentially. Well, it was half of saving me 33 health. Of course, well, maybe not. 23 health? And there's a premium card. Could take Tactician, since we can discard it with Dagger Throw, but what about Glass Knife for upfront damage? Glass Knife is 8 damage twice. Upgrade that, 12 damage twice, 24. One of the best upgraded attacks in the whole heckin' game. Really do like a Glass Knife a lot. Outlaw Attack's not bad either, as our first real area damage, although we do have Noxious Fumes and Bronze Scales to help a bit. Let's take that Glass Knife. And with no potions, I guess I will actually take another regular fight here. I want potions, and I want them now. Please and thank you. Please perish. Yeah. Okay, we do get a potion, and Dagger Spray, another Deadly Poison, or a Blade Dance. We've got our 5 added damage cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Do we need any more at this time? I don't necessarily think so. 5 damage cards seems to be about the point where, rather than adding more of them, what you want to do is start upgrading the ones that you have to increase your total damage output. Otherwise, you end up with a bloated, inefficient deck that's unable to consistently draw blocks or the good damage cards that you might even need for a particular situation. Do we want some AoE for Act 2? Gremlin Leader is the current biggest issue for area damage. Not too worried about Slavers thanks to Glass Knife. That'll pick one of them off pretty easily. Noxious Fumes helps with area damage too, but again, it won't deal with Gremlin Leader. So we do want to think about Gremlin Leader a little bit. Sentries are also a thing, but I think sentries with fumes will be no problem. And sentries with well-laid plans, also not a problem. And we can kill one easily with the Glass Knife. I'm going to pass on this area damage option. We can do a little bit better. Ooh. No, I want to play the powers. As tempting as Bouncing Flask Glass Knife is as an opening here. Since we have up to 3 turns for this egg to sleep, let's wait till that actually happens. I think that was a good wait. Wow, I don't even get well-laid plans down on this turn, huh? I could Swift Potion for it. A pretty reasonable choice. Let's do that. Next turn I can neutralize Bouncing Flask. because focusing on poison damage will end Lagavulin pretty quickly. 12. Not too bad. Get a bag of marbles, making all enemies vulnerable on turn 1. Offered another well-laid plan. That's kind of interesting. I think escape plan is decent. Even without any dexterity, it's currently a almost 50% chance to give us 3 block for free. It's definitely got some use to it. And if we pick up dexterity, it'll be even better. I like escape plan picked up in the early game. It doesn't have any potential penalty until way, way, way later. Alright, the rematch. This time we have Bag of Marbles and an upgraded Glass Knife. So I am not too worried about Gremlin Bob here. Let's see, 9 plus 8 plus 7, or... let's see. Bouncing Flask is better than 2 strikes here. What about Deadly Poison and 1 strike? 5 plus 4 plus 3. It's 12, 21. No, it's better to Bouncing Flask. Might take a hit on turn 3 this time around. Looks like that's what will happen. I can't kill next turn. So I don't think I should play any skills. Okay, he will die next turn. I can save 1 health by playing a defend. The second defend increases his damage by 5. There's no point in playing it. Okay, painful, but we get through our second Gremlin Ob, picking up a strike dummy, making our 5 strikes do more damage, particularly on turn 1. A potion to help us out with the boss fight, and card I think I ought to be taking a bit more, Backflip. 5 block, draw 2, particularly useful for the Guardian, I think. Let's take it. This increases the block density a little bit, and increases the card draw of the deck a little bit. Now, the real question is, can I upgrade well-laid plans for this fight? Or do I have to rest? I think with the Strike Dummy, I can upgrade the well-laid plans. Summon the Runic Pyramid. Our damage profile will be really good in this boss fight. Does upgrade Neutralize over the play? Not for the Guardian, actually. Because, shockingly enough, Guardian has very little... negative impact taken from... weakness with Paper Crane. Whirlwind is still a 3x5 either way, for example. Okay, we could even play the Fumes this turn. Good. Alright, that went pretty smoothly. We weren't particularly comfortable with that initial transform, but now that we have it, we're completely fine. So, 5x4 goes to 3x4. That's true with or without Paper Crane. Enjoy your poison. Well, that was easy. Not even a scratch. And there's the corpse explosion. We wanted area damage. That's certainly one of the best ways to get it. And I have to say, bullet time's pretty good with 2 well-laid plans retained as well, letting us play everything in our hand for free. Currently only 1 2-cost card, but could be okay. I imagine corpse explosion's the easy pick, though. That gives us a way to kill all enemies by killing one. I particularly like the combo of Corpse Explosion plus Glass Knife. Apply the Corpse Explosion debuff to an enemy and then hit it as hard as possible. It's yet another way to stack damage over time as well. So good for many of our threats. And we've got a brilliant set of choices here. 2 very good relics offered to us here. The Snecko Eye or the Coffee Dripper. Coffee Dripper is good. Why? Because 4 energy per turn allows us to play our cards a lot more reliably. The 2 costs in particular, Bouncing Flask, Corpse Explosion, make sure we can get the powers in play. And because we have the ability to heal via the Toy Ornithopter, meaning we have a little bit of sustain. Alternately, there's the Snecko Eye, drawing us 2 more cards per turn, but making all of our cards random cost. Extremely good with Bouncing Flask and Corpse Explosion. The +2 draw makes it easier to get important cards into my hand, but the cost unreliability definitely makes things awkward. And there's also Astrolabe to transform and upgrade 3 cards. I do think that is the weakest option here, on account of, 1, our strikes are quite a bit better at the moment, and it doesn't give us more ways to play cards like the other 2 do. This is a tough choice between the 2. I think normally I'd be slightly inclined to go Snecko here. But I really do like 4 energy, especially since we did pick up that backflip. I don't think I'm going to choose to trust the snack. Let's go Coffee Dripper here. I tend to find Coffee Dripper to be one of the easiest to manage boss relics because there are so many different relics that heal the player that it ends up being relatively easy to manage. So this is a path, but I think it's a suicide path, especially with Dripper. We have Collector at the end of the act, requiring, well, not requiring, but benefiting this Corpse Explosion big time, as we're going to need a way to deal with those minions coming in. I think what I like here is hitting an early shop. We'll have to fight one of these 2 elites, one of these 3 actually. There's a wall early on, so I think we should go for this one, so we can get a couple of upgrades. We can also do this. Either of these is fine. Actually, yeah, I'd like this for the late events too. Event. This is great. Yeah, so I think this green path is looking to be what I would probably choose here. 2 elites is very reasonable with Coffee Dripper. It might even still be very dangerous. Means we can only fight slavers 1 time. And I think with the Bag of Marbles and the Glass Knife, we should be okay against 3 slavers. We'll definitely want to remove a basic card at this shop. No artifact for you. Perfection. Have some poison. Nice block, nerd. Thanks for the money. Not the world's worst reflex, actually. Reflex would support then picking up an acrobatics or something. Silvardo, did you hear about the sphere and the cube that tried to go on a date? They decided they'd be better off as platonic solids. I'm going to take this reflex. We need another draw and discard card for it to actually be effective, but we'll hopefully be able to get our hands on one. Stinky Shelled Parasite. This might be a good time for the colorless potion, as it could save me a couple of health here. Otherwise I block, what, 15 Plague Glass Knife? That's relatively mediocre. This feels better. What if I went all out offensive and played Panic Button, and then tried to win on the following turn? Would that work? No, I would be just shy. I think. Just shy. Well, you'll die to poison. Eventually. Shame that was close to being nice and smooth. And a Tactician Plus? Should maybe take a Sucker Punch, actually, so we have another source of weaken. This is deeply tempting. But I don't have the draw and discard yet. I'm gonna fall for the plus here. But I'm wondering if I should have taken that Sucker Punch. And Warped Tongs, huh? Interesting. Or I could just take a targeted upgrade here. Should have taken the Dagger Throw. I'm gonna upgrade one card. Might be back... No, it's gotta be Neutralize. I'm gonna upgrade our weaken here with the Paper Crane. Don't want to deal with the curse, even though I could remove it immediately. Block Potion, Flex Potion sounds really good. Do I add a Backstab on sale? Probably not. Do I pay for any of these relics? Probably not. Bomb is like AoE? I guess. Is Bomb a good card? Asks Cyphus. Bomb is a card with a few specific uses, is what I'll reply. Bomb does a lot of damage. 40, although you have to wait for it, and you have to pay a lot of energy for it. Bomb does very good damage. And that can be an effective way to end certain elite fights or boss fights. Bomb is notably good at dealing with a few specific problems. The first problem being Slime Boss. That enemy that splits in half every time they reach half health, and gives you 3 turns to set up. Bomb is really, really effective at killing either Slime Boss or its minion slimes. So it can be a good starting bonus on runs that are facing the Slime Boss. It's also surprisingly good at the Collector fight. Collector summons 2 Torchhead minions, which happen to have health just in the range of being killed by Bomb. A particularly upgraded Bomb, so you can easily kill the minions of Collector with an early Bomb play. Can be used for catching the resummon too. Play Bomb when Collector has no minions. Collector resummons minions just in time for them to get exploded. It's happened to me a couple times. Works on the Orbs of the Bronze Automaton too. I like it on characters that can duplicate it somehow. You can Burst Bomb on Silent or Echo Form Bomb on Defect to be able to do like 100 damage. And that can be very, very impactful also. Still want to remove strikes. Let's go Flex Potion, Block Potion. Keep the rest of the money. Maybe you should have gone double shop. Oh well. Greetings, bird nerds. Here's Reflex and Tactician absolutely not doing what you'd want them to. But that's to be expected for now. I want to draw a Corpse Explosion, please. Thank you. Could use one of these just for 5 HP. I don't think that's a good idea with the elite coming up. Well, that might be, yeah. About to find one. Cultists dropped a cultist potion. How appropriate. 1 strength per turn's pretty nice. Here, I'll take this sucker punch. We need that extra week, I think. Just a little bit more. Cultist potion could be good for our act boss, but I think these 2 potions will serve me much better for getting through our initial elite here. So let us take these 2 potions into that elite fight and see how it goes for us. Gonna upgrade Corpse here so that we apply more poison to the weakened target. That way we can maybe kill one of these 3 guys a little bit more easily. Just gonna put that out there. That might be useful. Discard this. Alright, we'll do it that way. Yep. We're getting extremely punished by the inclusion of these so far. Question is, will we fix the situation before they kill us? I don't know. That I don't know. More energy via Happy Flower. Catalyst is here. And Footwork is here. Given the current deck, there's no way I can take anything other than a Catalyst. We need that Catalyst upgraded pretty much ASAP also. Hey, we made it work finally. Good job, me. Get him, Strike Dummy. Still happening. Die. Thank you. Calculated gamble. Discard your hand. Say no more. I mean, sure, terror could be useful. But right now we want ways to discard stuff, and this is that. For sure. No longer sure I want to fight this elite, but I need to if I want to go to the fire. I'm sure it'll be fine. Oh! It will be fine. Well, that's why you take Coffee Dripper, because sometimes you get a heal 25 out of nowhere. That's convenient. Enjoy your health, sir. Doesn't help me get past the elite, but it will help me get past the collector. To which I say, yes, please. And look, Reflex is even doing work too. What luck. I even got a potion. And a leg sweep. Although Piercing Whale might be tempting with Paper Crane, it's going to be leg sweep for me. Now I feel competent in blocking. Now I feel much competent blocking. That also means we don't need to upgrade the Sucker Punch or the leg sweep. We have 5 weakness per deck cycle, which is enough for essentially permanent uptime. And no matter who our opponent is with a Catalyst Plus, I think we're going to be able to kill them quickly. I've got 38 health to work with for this elite fight, counting plus 10 from 2 potions. It's the Book of Stabs. And my turn 1 draw is less than desirable here. Again, these discard cards not putting in the work yet. Really showing off why those 2 cards are often a liability. Unless you have... I really think you need 2 discard effects, at least. Probably 3 per card. Please die. Good talk. Alright, so we healed 1 off of the Book of Stabbing. Picked up a Shuriken. And there's the acrobatics we wanted, although Deadly Poison Plus is tempting. I cannot in good conscience not take an acrobatics right now. I've been complaining about the reflex and tactician for way too long to skip out on this card. And I was hoping this would happen. We were knocked unconscious here at the end of Act 2. Groggy and with a throbbing head were thrown into a Colosseum, where we begin the 4200th combat for what must be the 4200th time. If we win this encounter, we're going to get tons of money and... 2 relics. Okay, first of all, how dare you? That counter doesn't increase. It's always the 4200th combat. Time for the real challenge. Us versus a Gremlin Knob and a Taskmaster Buddy. Interesting. I wonder if I just take a little bit of damage from the Taskmaster here to play 3 powerful attacks on the knob. I think that's reasonable. Just need to win this fight at any cost. Shouldn't be too bad. We can kill the knob this turn with the fire potion. I probably should do that. Let's do that. Easy. We get a gambling chip, letting us discard any of our initial 7-card hand draw and replace them. An ornamental fan, giving us block if we play 3 attacks in 1 turn, 100 gold, and a potion, and a tools the trade if we want one. At the start of our turn, draw 1 card, discard 1 card. Don't mind if I do. Many, many things that I wanted there. Yeah, the gambling chip in particular means these cards are no longer dead draw on turn 1. The tools the trade means there's no longer dead draw on future turns. I think they're finally now going to pay off for our late game. And so even though I had to kind of struggle with them for a while, their earlier picks will now become an asset to us. So take another combat. Let's go one more event. What do you got? Designer Inspire, glad to see you. Upgrade a card, remove a card, or remove and upgrade. Both. I certainly wouldn't mind a random upgrade. Let's lose a strike. Should have punched him. No, give me a Bouncing Flask upgrade. Good job, sir. Well done. Tempted to upgrade Calculated Gamble. But I could also see an upgrade on a block card like Backflip, on a draw card like Reflex or Acrobatics, or on the Deadly Poison. Tools for the gamble, you think for the 0 cost initially, just to make sure it's easier to get into play? That's not unreasonable. We know we're not taking a Snecko Eye. This fight's gonna go on long enough. I'll probably draw gamble multiple times. Let's give it an upgrade. Oh my, what a turn one. Beautiful. We get to go Bouncing Flask for the full 12 poison on Collector here. Should have a very early and easy Catalyst win from the looks of it. Strike gives me a Shuriken proc here. Let's try to find our fumes. Yeah. I'll be back later for Catalyst. More energy, please. Here, you explode and kill everybody else. And we can go Bouncing Flask, Deadly Poison Catalyst next turn. No need to block any of these debuffs or anything. Let's see. If I go Deadly 37 times 3 doesn't kill, so there's no point in playing the Deadly Poison. We just kill next turn and play the block here. GG. Very comfortable fight. No problem at all. Hello, Big Tony. Welcome, welcome. GG Collector. Get dunked on. Nightmare. Nightmare can copy Catalyst. Nightmare can also do hilarious things like copy Reflex or Tactician. Interesting. I kind of like it. Give it a try. Might be a little energy hungry, but that's okay. It's a shockingly decent Velvet Choker. Gain us an energy at the start of our turn, but we cannot play more than 6 cards per turn. This deck's really not about playing a lot of cards every turn. Although if we Nightmare Tactician, that could change. Could also go Fusion Hammer here, prevent us from upgrading further, but get us 5 energy per turn. That's extremely useful also. We've got an upgraded Catalyst. We've got basically all the poison and weakness we want. There's not a lot of good that would come from more upgrades, and this would let us avoid rest sites in Act 3. I'm pretty tempted by the Choker myself. Six cards. I don't have the energy for 6 cards. The Reflex and Tactician aren't played, so they don't count against the Velvet Choker. I'm going to take the Choker. See how this works. Of all the silent decks that might want a Velvet Choker, this is probably the best of them. As we're being able to be very efficient with our... Yeah, this is why we don't take the Fusion Hammer plus Coffee Dripper combo, because look at this! You telling me I would have just wasted all of these? No thank you. We have to go that way. So I think we're starting over here. Don't be ridiculous. Maybe he wanted to play tools there, but I don't think so. Another weak potion. Crippling Cloud, poison and weakness, the two things that we do. Yes. Great fight for Corpse Explosion. Guess you. Corpse Explosion, the one with the most health. Also you. Should have used Glass Knife on this turn, though. Now I can't stop them. But I say that Snecko and Choker are synergistic. Yeah. Snecko is usually about playing a handful of really high impact cards on your turn. And the Velvet Choker really supports that. You draw 7 cards, you pick out 3 or 4 of the best ones to play, and do that. Could go another Reflex here, but I think grabbing a Piercing Well is probably more no-nonsense, giving us some damage reduction for the late game. Good target for Nightmare, too. Gotta deal with Awakened One. Awakened One's not hard with Paper Crane, thankfully. But without any dexterity, we might struggle a little bit at the basics of blocking. That could be awkward. Hello. Double danger. Actually, if I just keep the offense cards, I bet I can kill both of them. That way. Good job. That'll teach him to not explode. Another Piercing Whale. Okay, we'll go 2 copies. 2 copies seems fine. Kakambo, thanks for 5 months of support. Keep watching, I'll keep streaming. Sound good? Oh my. Next turn could be awkward. Maybe this was a good use for the Ancient Potion. Maybe. Oh goodness. I have to win now. Ah! It's got a block. That was an example of a turn I ended with extra energy, but I don't think that's going to happen too much. Is there a backflip or a doppelganger? Doppelganger for more card draws. Interesting. Starting to run into choker problems if I try to use it, though. I don't think so. We'll take an upgraded backflip, but not an unupgraded one. Ink Bottle gives us occasional additional card draw. Definitely not a bad thing, per se. I am allowed to take it and then get the blue key at the next chest. But we might be able to do better. Take the key. And let's upgrade. Probably this Crippling Cloud. Nightmare's a reasonable upgrade, too. Okay, not Reptomancer. That's a good start. Go. Knife Fumes. Could Nightmare the tools the trade? That's interesting. I just want to go Whale, Tools, Gamble. Okay, we got a pretty nice pattern out of this guy. Thanks for being nice. I take it back. You suck. And this is the non-intangible turn? It is. Note that we don't have any blocks that do much more than 5, which makes actually blocking in situations like this pretty challenging. Without a footwork or maybe a large-scale upgrade on the defensive cards, we're going to really struggle. But unupgraded block cards will simply not cut it. Insufficient. A bottle, a strike to be discarded with the gambling chip. Suppose the mask is kind of nice. This needs an upgrade. Definitely a little bit worried about the health situation currently. Not excessively so, but definitely a little worried. Ah. Of course, we can always do this in fights if we draw well, which is a very useful way to get through endgame fights. I think it's a little bit easier with one more upgraded Deadly Poison, too. This could be a Reptomancer. It is. Am I gonna die because it is? Maybe. Thinking about it. Have to draw poison next turn. Maybe better to just go Crippling Cloud Catalyst this turn? It's a little unclear what I should be doing at this moment. I want to Nightmare the Catalyst and win next turn with it. I'm not sure I'm actually allowed to do that. Let's see, 3 Catalysts is times 27. 198 divided by 27. Okay, yeah, so if I hit the Deadly Poison, we just win next turn. I think I'm going to gamble on that in that case. Just do this. She will attack next turn. If I don't hit the card I need, I'm going to die, so I should probably play the tools to maximize our chance of not dying. Please don't kill me. Oh, good. Ah, spooky. More cards I don't want, too, is a bit problematic. Thankfully, we do get a 25 hit point heal at the start of the boss fight. Hey, and if I take a boss fight here, this is also a 25 hit point heal from the I Am War. Fight a boss from Act 1, obtain a rare relic, does count Pandagraph. So I can essentially get healed to full by taking this option. No need to get a curse when I could get a reward in addition to the heal. Easy. I've never died to this this particular event. The devs have said that it's very rare for players to die to this, but does happen from time to time. Don't remember if this counts for you or nothing. Don't think so. Don't think so. The Specimen. When an enemy dies, transfer any poison it had to another random enemy. That's actually pretty dang useful, all things considered. Cool. Casual 3,000 poison, no problem. Easy money. Make sure this is a premium card. 58 health, no prob. Never didn't have it. Nice attack, nerd. I can just hold on to this, yeah. Skip the nightmare for now. Okay. There's explosion here. Let's just go Deadly Catalyst. Kill all the birds. Transfer the poison to the boss. And then be patient for phase 2. So I'm not even going to play Tools to Trade until later. Grr. So 26, that's pretty doable. I'm okay taking 4. We get another 25 hit point heal next fight after all. Let's get some of these powers in play. Discard that too. Keep this and this, I guess. So the multi-attack is 8x3. That's a little difficult. Not unmanageable, but definitely a little difficult. Oh, I got 3 cards I have to discard now. Fair enough. So with 4 tools, I draw 4 cards and discard 4 cards each turn. So we draw 9 here, and then discard 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. No prob. We just watch that poison number basically go up every turn until we eventually win. 3, 4. Discarding Void won't prevent me from losing energy. 2, 3, 4. Mods do block Steam achievements by default, but as chat notes, there's a mod for disabling the disabling. So you can play modded on Steam with achievements if you use Achievement Enabler. Alright, no problem this fight. We'll be back to full for our second fight, and regardless of whether it's Donu Deca or Time Eater, I imagine we'll have a pretty easy time of it. Launch. Alright, good fight. It is Donu and Deckard. And my, what a turn one. Best fight for Specimen? That'd be true if we didn't have Corpse Explosion. Unfortunately, we do. Start with Bouncing Flask to remove Artifact. Go from there. Perfect. Crippling Cloud next. Piercing Whale. Nightmare on Catalyst. I guess we can use Specimen, because I'm not going to play the Corpse Explosion. We'll kill Donu next turn, and Deca will die from Specimen. That sounds great. What a fight. Rip. To thump, a deep pulsing dread could be felt throughout the room. Is this the heart of the spire, the source of all this poison bouncing around? 240. Oh, it counts relevant poison. I like that. I like that. You prepare your daggers, dealing 2165. Easy. Yeah, so far the choker has worked out really, really well for us. You can see that we really aren't in too many situations where... I'm going to upgrade this. Where we try to play more than 6 cards per turn. Got so much money for this shop. Some pretty good potions here. I really like Fairy in a Bottle. Also don't mind a footwork for the stuff. Best thing in the shop by far, Bag of Preparation. 2 more cards on turn 1 that we get to discard with Gambling Chip is extremely, extremely good. But Thingy's not bad. 10 block on turn 1. I can do Footwork, card removal, and Fairy. Well, heck, let's do that. And Acrobatics. Discard the Flex Potion. Do I want this? I don't think I do. Okay. So we've got 60 health, a very good-looking turn 1. Going into this fight. There's Nightmare turn 1 and Catalyst turn 1. You love to see it. Get destroyed, nerds. Get destroyed. Okay, 6 cards. So let's start with Nightmare on Catalyst, because we're definitely going to do that. I think we want to, again, Bouncing Flask first and then Crippling Cloud. We can Survivor for a little bit more block and retain a little bit more energy here, too. That's 2. We can go Bouncing Flask, Crippling Cloud, Catalyst, Tools. That means they're all super poisoned and stuff. Exactly 6 cards. Spire tries their best, but it's not good enough. More. Perfect block. Look at that. Beautiful. Complete waste of a pantograph. And we even got Happy Flower for turn 1. Double Fairy in a Bottle. And another Crippling Cloud plus. Okay. Pocket Watch here to add, well, beauty to majesty. Whenever we play 3 or fewer cards during our turn, draw 3 additional cards at the start of the next turn. Given that we can only play 6 per turn, cutting it down to 3 is not too bad. Do we want to go double Fairy, or do I keep this Ancient Potion? I think I'll keep 1 Ancient Potion, 1 Fairy in a Bottle. Let me block the vulnerable debuff for the first attack cycle of the heart here. Keep that. Discard everything else. Gamble draws a lot of cards here, so let's go Fumes. I think Crippling Cloud. Gamble. Do I Nightmare Footwork here? I could Nightmare the 0-cost tools the trade. That seemed pretty effective last time. I only get 3 more cards. One Catalyst is not going to be enough. At least not initially. Yeah, I'm waiting on Ancient Potion to the very end here. We're going to take 2 Beat of Death, and I want to heal it back with the Ornithopter. It's also like the escape plan option. I don't think that's very good, though. And we're blocking... Okay, let's try this. I'm just going to go Tools Footwork, or do I go Tools Bouncing? I think I should go Bouncing here. And then heal that 2 back. That's why we waited until the very end. Still no well-laid plans. Tell you what, I'm gonna go Footwork, Footwork, Footwork. Or maybe even Footwork, Footwork, Crippling Cloud. Let's do that. Let Orichalcum block for me and draw with the Pocket Watch here. That way I get the Catalyst. I need Poison not to be enough for the moment. Especially with Bronze Scales also chipping in. We can just keep that poison increasing after all. No need to overcomplicate it. Yeah. Easy. One? Let's take a little bit more than one. Looking like a good fight, though. Very comfortable thanks to these footworks we duplicated. GG, Mr. Hart. Good fight. Definitely cool to see a Velvet Choker victory. On Silent, no less. Not too many of those. GG, everybody. GG. Make sure you get a good look at this one, even if you have to crane your necks. You'll never see such a weak heart as this one. GG. GG. Gotta love that bang of prep at the last minute. Very solid run overall. Definitely like to see silent runs where your first handful of relics are all helpful. And this was a case of 4 helpful relics in a row. Followed by one of the better energy relics. Immediately followed by a relic that made the downside of our energy relic irrelevant. Good time. Really, really good time. GG. GG. I keep getting to free those fairies, though. Has it been done? The spire sleepeth, but this fairy sleeps with the fishes. GG. GG. Really good one. Lots of excellent early game poison cards picked up. We did find a Catalyst to go with it, and of course that classic combo of Nightmare Catalyst ended so many fights so quickly. 3-turn Donu Deka, 3-turn shield and spear with some bonus hilarity from the specimen. It's a good time. It was a good time. That means Robot is up next. I'm going to take a quick break, refill the legs, stretch the water before we start another one. But we'll see if the defect can't follow that up with another beautiful success. So back in just a couple minutes when I return. The defect. Don't go nowhere, folks. Welcome back, dear friends, to some more defect action. Hope you're all ready for robot time. Hello again. Choose. Early shops scattered like minefields make taking a rare relic start a little bit awkward. Looks like awkward is already the name of the game here with these elite placements, though. There's this. And then we can opt into a 3 elite path, maybe. I'll mark this in red. Slime boss at the end of the act, also rather challenging. A more broadly easy path is up the far right here. This only hits 1 elite, though. It'd be good for a boss swap, is this far side path. Do I ever watch BattleBots? I watched a little bit of the original series in the olden times. I like the concept of, I guess you could call it competitive engineering, designing machines to compete against one another. It's very cool. Don't have much patience for the pacing of it, though. I think this is either Rare Relic or Boss Swap. Rare Relic is much more likely to let me take this red path. I suppose if we're skimping around, there's this. That in yellow, perhaps. Again, I only go this way if I get a mediocre boss start. Could go for a flat upgrade to try to take the red path. Upgrading Zap could help. I don't think it would be enough, though. I'd much rather have something like a Pocket Watch or Fossilized Helix, or heck, throw the question of which path to take out the window, because Wing Boots are here. Now I can just do whatever the heck I want. Let go here, here, here. That's an interesting option. Anything better that I can do? There? Too many I don't want to use all 3 charges here in Act 1. That feels like overkill. So I'd get 3 fires and 3 elites going this way. That's pretty good. Here, let's just clear the clear the map pathing because it's going to be irrelevant. The Millsy, thanks so much for 2 months of support. Too many options definitely can be a problem. We're definitely starting either here or here. I think I do want to go to here, and then, yeah. Start this way. And SC2 Janitor, thanks for the Prime sub. Is that a StarCraft reference I detect? One of my favorite cards to get on floor 1 is Cold Snap, actually. It's one of Defect's orb-generating attacks. There's only a handful of those, and they're all pretty good very early on in the game. Cold Snap is great on floor 1 in particular because of how well it prepares Defect for your subsequent Easy Pool combats. Many of the enemies in the Easy Pool, that initial set of enemies designed to be easily defeated by the starting deck, they attack for numerical values that are just slightly higher than you're allowed to block on your own. And if you have just that +2 from 1 Frost Orb, you end up going from slightly under-blocking to either perfectly blocking or slightly over-blocking so many of the early attacks. Jawworm attacks for 12 and 7. Difficult to block with just defense, but perfectly blocked with Frost and a couple defense. Cultist attacks for 6. And then 11, also easily blocked with the aid of 1 Frost Orb. Who's our Wreck Boss? Slime Boss. I'm okay with double Frost Orbs then, early on. Could also see this being a good charge battery to give us some good block that also improves the energy curve a little bit. Base Mommel, thank you as well for that Prime sub. All the Prime subs getting in the club. Good stuff. Let's go cool-headed here. I don't think it's ever correct to take a Fusion this early in the run. Fusion can be an interesting part of a late-game or mid-game energy strategy, but it is definitely awkward at the beginning of the run. Fights are so short this early on that there's not a whole lot of benefit to spending energy up front to gain energy later, because there's not a later to get the energy during. Ooh, I love me an early rebound. Rebound deals upfront damage and then lets us put a card back on top. That could allow Cool-Headed to redraw a card in the same turn, or it can just set us up for more Frost Orbs, for example, which can be perfectly fine too. Rebound's great for putting upgraded cards back on top of the deck. Great for making sure you just get something decent going on your next turn. There's a lot of ways to make it really effective. Well, this is certainly an awkward sight. These 5 here on floor 4, without any area damage having been offered to us. At least we drew Rebound on turn 1, and at least we can dual cast to maybe kill one. Let's try the dual cast first, see what happens here. Okay, you're getting rebounded. Rebound Cool-Headed, take 10? That's a bit of an awkward turn 1, but at least we'll be reasonably set up for future turns. We'll have to do. You die. Block. Block. A little bit more ouch. 5 more health. But I think that's all we have to suffer. That's all. Matthias, did you hear about the defect that just got out of a tough relationship? It's okay. They're very good at the rebound. Pretty good card to rebound, by the way, is Claw. Dealing mediocre damage initially, but as you play Claw more times, or as you play more Claws, the damage of the Claw goes up. That's the Claw Claws, if you will. Another card I really, really like, especially in the early game, is Equilibrium. Huge upfront block, and the added bonus of retaining your hand. I really like that defensively. Puts us in a bit of trouble for Gremlin Knob, maybe. Alright, I think we should do it. I think we should do it. Baylor is taking Claw. Ideally, we want this to pair with another copy of Claw or 2. But simply increasing our card draw somehow might be sufficient here. Our Claws. Let's rebound defend. Double zap. Health is getting a little bit lower than I'd like it to before fighting any elites. Well, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Get a Beam Cell, that's what. Beam Cell makes all our attacks do a bit more damage. You could also go with Barrage here, since I do have the ability to fill up the orb slots pretty quick. Barrage can really put the slap on. That said, I think Beam Cell will definitely pair better with our other attacks for now. Making our Strikes deal 9, making our Claw deal more. It's going to be good. You have 2 potions, although they're weak ones for the elites. We're even going to make that beam cell upgrade our first upgrade. Click 2 times. One more. Totally worth it. We end health. If we end combat at or below half, heal 12. Problem is, our next fight's gonna be an elite, probably. Unless I meet on the bone out of here or something. It's okay resting one time. Oh yeah, especially if I get another Carter move. Let's dunk a strike here. Actually, let's dunk. I almost want to dunk dual cast. I'm gonna do it. We need to be knob proof. Ooh. Sundial. This is not looking good. I'm worried. Oh good, not a gremlin knob. I'm no longer worried. And Zekner's on a heck of a streak. Very impressed with that. Rebound the claw and draw it again. There we go. More healing, this time whenever we visit a rest site. Machine learning for card draw really fuels a claw-type deck, I tend to think. I no longer think that I should push my luck with elites, though. Let's not warp over here. We're going to warp to this elite, but I'm not going to do it twice. Let's take that power. All of those win streaks are heart runs, yeah. There's nobody on Twitch who's win streaking non-heart runs. Just kind of where we ended up. Ceramic fish. Actually, early enough that this could be easily 150 gold. It's not too bad. You kidding me? Hello? At least I can kill the middle one here. But ouch. And again. Unexpectedly brutal lice. Max rolling their damage and all rolling maximum attacks wherever possible, too. Good news is we do get 12 health back. Don't have to fight an elite. We'll see where we're at. Yeah, no potion. We do get offered a ball lightning, though. Or a compile river. I think we currently prefer the ball lightning. Don't know if I survive Gremlin Knob at the moment. I think we should just take one more combat. Meet on the bone. Save the wing boots for the next act. This feels iffy at the moment. Definitely struggling with block at the moment, since we didn't take that charge battery. Okay, Fruit juice helps a little bit. Another cold snap or a go for the eyes. I'm gonna go for one more cold snap. Or we could take a leap, actually, to address that front-loaded block problem we said we had. Ooh. Actually, the more I think about it, the more I think the leap is good. Don't have a lot of good upgrades for Slime Boss. We could simply opt to rest. I am going to get healed from the Eternal Feather, though. Take this leap. And let's upgrade. Maybe the Ball Lightning for a bit more damage. Could upgrade Cool Headed for more draw. We could upgrade Zap, so we have another zero-cost card. I think those are all pretty viable. Don't really want to upgrade Machine Learning, making it innate, guaranteed draw on turn 1. I guess that's useful for Slime Boss, but we want to make sure we're actually having good cards to redraw into. Let's upgrade the Zap. See how that feels with the Machine Learning in particular. Our Claw. So one Lonely Claw is going to do its best here. Against the Slime Boss, you have 3 turns to deal 75 damage. Or else Slime Crush will be your fate. That appears to be the current fate. Right? Yeah, we can't, literally can't split. We'd be 1 damage short. That's unfortunate. Ouch. Gonna have to do a really good split then. This is worrisome. Worrisome in the extreme. I think I have to go here, but it's gonna be terrible. Okay, didn't instantly die. It's a good start. Next turn we die. Yeah. GG. That's why we don't pick Claw. Let's try that again. Let's try that again. Ooh, hello. Looks a lot better. Yeah, we could have gone more aggro with elites. I think that just would have led to a shorter run, though, rather than one that gets to Slime Boss and then loses. I do think different card picks could have set us up a little bit better. But it did seem like we had a particularly hard time overall. Just with the way the fights lined up. The potion drops, the card drops. Tough. I don't like to dwell too much on the losses. There's lots and lots and lots of ways for a Slay the Spire run to go wrong, and only a very small set of ways for a Slay the Spire run to go right. Hey, and this one looks to be going right. I think I am going to take a Sweeping Beam. Don't want to reprogram first floor, especially not after picking up Ball Lightning, right? Get some area damage. That way I won't die to lice. Hello? Alright. Good enough. Smoke Bomb. And an early Sunder. 24 damage if it kills an enemy, gain 3 energy. Very, very powerful. Consume can also be a game winner for the defect, for sure. Let's go Sunder. And again, these jerks on floor 4. But this time we're prepared. We have a Sunder and we have a Smoke Bomb. But let's start with the Sunder. No need to flee a fight if you can win it. Winning a fight means more money, means another card reward. Means a lot of good stuff. You were the chosen one, Sweeping Beam. Can also get new potions. Double Ball Lightning. That's some good early damage. I think Leap is also very reasonable here. You do want some block on defect in order to survive the early attacking threats of enemies. We got 3 good damage cards added. I am going to take a Leap here rather than Double Ball Lightning. Hello and welcome, Sir Mordred. Claw is back, but it's not happening this time. Glacier might be happening, though. Card remove on Strike is going to be happening. Loop is probably going to happen, too. I don't usually go for Loop in the early game, but this looks like a pretty reasonable situation for it. Could also think about maybe picking up something like Meal Ticket or Abacus. Fortunately, neither of those really help me now. I guess Abacus is okay in the short term. Could those calipers be more expensive? Believe it or not, they could be. They could be up to, I think, 343 or so gold. Bonks. Dark Shackle's also a very good block card in the early game. 0 cost, after all. Be careful I don't remove too much damage from the deck. So I think it's either buy one of these 2 relics or maybe Dark Shackles. Let's take a Dark Shackles. It's a card I really like to have. We maybe went a little bit heavy on the defense now, actually, over the offense. But with an upgraded Sunder, I think you'll be surprised at what we can accomplish together. First up, the Nerd in Blue. With that awkward turn 1 draw, right after I overloaded on defense. Go figure. Another potion. Very early white noise, creating a random power. Can be pretty useful, but could also slow us down in some important upcoming fights. Still worried about Gremlin just a little bit. Not much, but just a little bit. The other 2 I'm not afraid of. Let's leave the white noise for now. We don't want too many non-attack cards currently. Swift Potion's pretty good, but so is the Weak Potion. Dang. Keep the Weak Potion, Strength Potion combo. Of course. Dang it, Sunder. Why you gotta be like this? Bit of an oof. Can't draw back to that. I think it's better to just play... Actually, here's what I'm going to do. You have to get that played. Could dual cast here. I think it's just Glacier Defend. 2 Frost Orbs helps a lot here. Low sweeping beam. What are you doing? Thank you. Why? We're better off actually not playing the Sunder this time. Just go Glacier Sweeping Beam. Let's try that. Get in there, Loop. Good work. Sunder right directly on top for the third draw in a row, actually, but appropriately drawn this time. Good job, Sunder. That's a cute Blizzard, but not a functional one. I do like Hologram to get back a card from the discard pile, be it an offensive card like Ball Lightning or Sunder, or a defensive card like Leap. You'd love to have a Hologram, generally speaking, in the later game. Don't think an early skim is very appropriate. This Burning Elite is a little iffy. But not that iffy. We do get a relic first, too. Or do we? We get relics, but later. This is early enough, I guess I'll take it, but I am thoroughly disappointed. Thankfully, it's not a Gremlin, it's a Lagavulin. Yet to decide whether I want to use the Strength Potion. Let's just currently focus on getting Loop into play, or waking up with Sunder. Either of those is good. Don't think I need the Strength Potion here. Continue to save it. Oof. Block cards, hello. Can't even use the Regal Pillow because we have no rest sites. Thanks. Actually, that was supposed to be Ball Lightning Glacier, I think. So yeah, this is how the fight was supposed to go. Just extremely easy the whole time. Basically. Just one bad draw cost us a lot. There's the payoff, though. Fossilized Helix, preventing the first time we would take damage each combat. That should allow us to keep going. Someone says, Spire runs don't always win, but which acts do I find end the most runs? Act 1 is definitely a very dangerous place. The elites of Act 1 in particular are capable of killing the early game deck of the player pretty easily if a unlucky set of card rewards or an unlucky set of draws occurs. You can get killed pretty quickly here in Act 1. You can also end up not finding enough cards to defeat your first boss and lose that way, but that's a little bit rarer. I find Act 3 doesn't have that many losses. I think somebody asked earlier and I said the split was something like 40% of your losses are in Act 1, 30% in Act 2, 20% in Act 3, and 10% in Act 4. Essentially, the further into the run you go, the less likely you are to lose. Took a long time to get to this place, Sir Mordred. You are looking at over 5,000 hours of experience in Slay the Spire being put on display every stream. Really need that strength potion, so I'll pay you 90 gold for a relic, sir. What do you got? That's a good one. That's a good one. 2 more cards on turn 1. Yes. Yes, please. Please let me block this hit so I can buffer the next one. No, you fool. Dark Shackles, come on. Dang it. Actually, if I zap dual cast, goes to 14 strength, I still fail to block. Whatever, I got Dark Shackles Center next turn, that's fine. That does keep me alive, right? Barely, sure. Spooky. Bird-faced Urn heals me 2 whenever I play a power card, so heal 2 when I play Loop is, well, a little bit of healing. That might help me stay alive through the next couple of fights, if nothing else. Definitely a little worried about the current situation. Can't believe we haven't gotten more potions. Although we did find a bunch early in the run. Bit sketchy here. Uh-oh. Okay. Not happy to see these two. Come on, Sunder. Thank you. Leap also coming in clutch here. At least somewhat. One more draw next turn. Easy. Alright, +2 health, get. Still no potion, but I did get offered a rebound, a hologram, or another ball lightning. I think this deck wants one more ball lightning. Solomon says, I think the biggest thing I've learned from you is to assess cards based on the run so far, instead of trying to build to any preconceived idea. That's one of the trickiest parts of Slay the Spire to wrap your head around, I think. This game is such a context-sensitive game. A deck is only as good as its ability to overcome a specific opponent. And it's only, you know, it only matters in the particulars of that matchup, rather than any sort of generalized idea of what's a strong deck, what's a powerful deck. It's more a question of how does this deck beat X opponent? How does the deck that we have beat Snake Plant? How do they beat Time Eater? How do they beat the Awakened One? All of these are fights where every card is going to have a different definition of good or bad because the mechanics of the fight itself are different. So it makes it very difficult to look at your deck and try to evaluate an overall sense of strength. This is not a game where you're allowed to pick and choose your battles. You get randomly assigned opponents, and the only way through the fight is to win the fight by defeating the opponent. There's no retreating, there's no scouting ahead, so a lot of preparation is required. Not again! No! We were the chosen ones, Sunder. So this is problematic. I could double defend here. Save buffer for the future, or I can play the Sunder. Try to simplify the situation here. I mean, we take 20 damage next turn. If I can't stop that, then we are screwed beyond belief. I don't think it matters who I play Dark Shackles on. Yes! The Lightning Orb agrees. And we're dead. Not a single block card drawn this turn. That's tough. Didn't quite make it to the boss. It's a real shame. So close on this one. One more with the defect. So it goes sometimes. So it goes all the time. Alas. Might be able to get a 1 hit point elite here. Almost just want to reroll the map. I'm not allowed to do that, though. Boring. I'll try a white noise start here. It's probably more correct to go beam cell there. How about an early self-repair? That's a card I don't think I take often this early enough. Take often enough this early. Very, very useful right this at the beginning of Act 1. This is going to start healing us right away. Could even get us health from the Niav's Lament. Malabam, thank you so much for 4 months of support. Give me a face. It's a bad face. The next non-boss chest we open is empty. It's always a sad thing to have happen. Meant to be, clearly, with the heat sinks there. Let's also grab Sunder. Just like last time. Got a very weird deck so far. Free elite, anyone? Nice. You can get the hit points. Stone Calendar. Does damage on turn 7. Capacitor's cute. I think it's way too early to take a capacitor, though, even though it is technically a power, which is kind of synergistic here. With this many powers in the deck, I actually rather like a boot sequence. 10 block on turn 1. Let's try that. Suryukin, did you hear about the defect that invented a new kind of decoration for your footwear? By stapling sparkly little bits of plastic onto boots, we've created boot sequins. Which are all the rage. Guess we just go self-repair, yeah. Defend, Sunder next turn. Worst joke I've ever told? Good, I'll put it in the Hall of Fame. Early algorithm, or is it time to take a Hello World? Unironically. I think it might be unironic Hello World. Start your turn, add a random common card to your hand. Not a card I advocate for very often. Defect is a very good pool of common cards, and to some extent, Hello World is additional card draw. It's really good in any deck that doesn't have an identity yet. What's inside? Oh. Right. Nothing. There's nothing inside but emptiness and sorrow. We're gonna upgrade the heat sinks because I have 4 powers already. Get him. Claw is here. Truly a card without flaw. Echo the Turbo. Just because I can. Whenever you play a power card, channel a lightning. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. I'll try this. Whenever you play a power card, channel 1 lightning. And we've got a fantastic start here. The potions are even synergistic with this. Dupe Potion, Power Potion. Give me another one. You must. More. I demand more. Oh, jeez. Hello. Well, heck. Good thing I have a self-repair. Oh, we took the boot sequence. This deck is not good at front load yet. Bronze is whatever. Bullseye could make our lightning orbs deal more damage. I think that's pretty good in conjunction with Storm. We do need more attacks in general. So let's Bullseye. Remove Transform Upgrade. Keep... This is an opportunity for an upgrade, but I think we should just keep transforming stuff. Keep getting rid of starter cards. Turn them into literally anything else. Such as a Core Surge. Even more damage, and now giving us an artifact. Could work with a Bias Cognition or something. Upgrading Storm, probably something we'll likely do. Eventually. Just waiting on the stone calendar here. Okay, I don't want to draw into Storm here, so let's go. Hello World, zap. 2 common cards per turn. Show me how good that is. It's a start. Storm's only 1 lightning orb, right? So it's better to just play ball lightning. That's more like it. Get him, Stone Calendar. Burp. Get some more potion slots, so we might be holding on to these potions till a future act if we have no trouble with Guardian. Now I think it's appropriate to add a genetic algorithm and start leveling that, creating a big, beefy block card over time. There are no common powers, so you'll never see Hello World create a power card. I think it's too early to upgrade Storm or Hello World or anything like that. Bullseye upgrade could be really nice for the additional turns of lock-on. Could also see upgrading White Noise for the energy efficiency. This deck's probably not taking a Snecko Eye. Let's upgrade the Bullseye. I like that upgrade quite a bit. A Storm Heatsinks Hello World. You'd love to see it. A bonk. A lucky Sunder draw, actually. This looks a little painful. Fortunately, we have health to spare, and with the bonus potion slots, there's no reason to invest any potions here. That would be a bit extraneous. Just play this. It'll take 4 damage to do it, but I think it will. Get it out of the draw pile. There's my block cards. Get in there, Stone Calendar. Would have been nice to draw that boot sequence, huh? Alright. A little bit closer of a fight than I would have expected, actually. Amplify. Turn your next power card is played twice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 powers in the deck currently. That's interesting. Could also happily take a buffer here. It's yet another power, and it's a power that helps us survive enemy attacks for a little bit. I see so much potential in this Amplify, though. Especially if we upgrade it, letting us double our next 2 power cards. I'll give it a try here. Easy every time. Beautiful. Not even going to talk about the 2 energy options there. That was Velvet Choker and Ectoplasm. No thanks. Instead, give me access to Retain. Runic Pyramid says at the end of your turn, you no longer discard your hand. Remember if I used any glitches like Pandora's during my All Achievements speedrun? I might have used a P-Box skip somewhere in there. By All Achievements times, that's actually a pretty bad score these days. Glitchy runs have made All Achievements doable in like 3 hours or so. Which is completely insane to me. Early elites could be a problem. Mostly this deck wants some upgrades. We would like to avoid elites, although this one looks pretty good. Something like this. So maybe avoid that early shop. Boot sequence is going to help. Algorithm's going to help. Make this our first elite. It's kind of doable. Otherwise, if I go to this shop, I have to fight this elite. I don't like that very much. This is spooky. This is spooky. Yeah, we start here. Yikes. Shelled Parasite could absolutely give me a hard time in this fight. We just don't have the block density to be really secure here. Thankfully, Hello World is trying its best to help out. Perfect. I can hologram the battery. Can't amplify Storm, as I didn't draw it. Probably want to amplify that self-repair anyway. Let's see what this is. Cool. Okay. Heatsinks has definitely made hand clog into a problem. Bonk. That helps a lot. Gain 2 energy, add a void to the discard pile. We're having problems with the hand being too full. Well, guess what? Turbo will solve them very thoroughly. And so will being intangible. Oh yes. I'm a spooky ghost. This deck super duper wants to be a spooky ghost. Why? 1, because we have Runic Pyramid. If we upgrade these apparitions, we can retain them till the perfect time. They allow us to set up with our retain, and any amount of health that we do lose can be easily restored via self-repair, possibly echoed or amplified self-repair. Now, birds might be a problem, though. Help! Help! Ah! Spooky. Can't KO you, right? 7, no. Terrifying. Go storm first. Another power potion? You love to see it. Another power? Maybe. Static discharge a little odd. With apparitions, I can see it being pretty good, actually. Let's give it a shot. Since we can reduce enemy damage to 1, after all. Speaking of... spooky plant here. Not great turn for apparition, but what are you gonna do? I think we only need 2 for this fight anyhow. One this turn, 1 next turn. Didn't get 1 next turn. Still not a big problem. That's what the self-repair is for, after all. I'll go double turbo. I think this deck can handle it. I think we've got enough card draw, etc. Do I want to opt into an extra elite? That sounds ridiculous. Let's not do that. Give me your money. Pocket Watch. Play 3 or fewer cards during our turn to draw 3 more cards at the start of the next turn. Mostly good on turn 1. Which is a really big deal, actually. Being able to play just a couple cards here. 1, 2, 3. And then benefit from the bonus draw on the second turn. After which point it no longer really matters. As we can't make enough space in our hand for it to make a difference here. Also, have fun hitting me. Good luck. Once again, have fun hitting me. Unsure if another heatsinks is helpful. Skip it for now. Don't really want an abundance of do-nothing powers. Oh, jeez. That's not the turn one we wanted to see. Could dupe the apparition. That's actually a very good choice here. Guarantees I don't take damage next turn. Pretty reasonable power potion, too. This deck just doesn't do very well against Grim Leader, barring the Sunder. Something like an electrodynamics could help a lot, although it notably won't kill any gremlins this turn, so it would still be in the same situation. I think I am going to just duplication potion apparition. Make my life easy that way. Here it comes. Keep the rest of my hand for the moment. Perfect. Now I can amplify stuff. Easy. Good job, Luke. Var, thanks for 28 months, many moons of support. It's actually a half-decent auto shields. It's a really good block card. I'm gonna take that. Wall bank. I'm gonna go to a shop very shortly, unless I deliberately avoid it. Let's not do that. And let's get the Amplify upgraded. Dupe 2 powers rather than 1. Ooh, I like the look of Doom and Gloom here, giving us some area damage that we're currently lacking, as well as a way to channel Dark Orbs. Card removal looks very good also, getting rid of a strike here. Take Sling of Courage to help with that elite fight, but it won't help that much, considering not much of that of our damage is attack damage anymore. Let's do that. We've got plenty of ways to keep the health situation under control. Wouldn't say I'm too worried about that. Guess I'll just play this. Need a pocket watch power. Yeah, because if we end up stuck with cards we can't play, that would be awkward. Let's go. Boot Sequence, Defend, Core Surge, Bullseye. All the 3-cost stuff stuck in my hand, though. And eventually we reach a point where, well, can't play much of anything at all. Self-repair or algorithm. I'll take the algorithm. Already took an auto shields plus. I don't also need a leap plus. Recursion could maybe do stuff with Dark Orbs. Doesn't feel too necessary. Keep skipping. Might be time to finally upgrade our Storm. Help us get that in play on turn 1, or at least draw it on turn 1. So that our Lightning Orb generation's better. We also want to upgrade the other apparitions, for sure. Let's start with Storm, though. And see who we're up against here. It is these three. Greetings, fellows. How do you do? Actually, oddly tempted to use the Snecko Oil here, just for more card draw immediately. Certainly a spooky situation. Definitely play Boot Sequence before we do Snecko Oil, if we're going to do that. Ideally drawing towards Sunder or something. Let's see what happens. 3 cost. Storm is spooky, but getting an Apparition in hand, less spooky. By far. Let's see what next turn has to hold for us. This 3 cost turbo is pretty bad. I'd say that punished us a bit, but the extra draw was worth it. Let's use 1 power potion first. Oh, beautiful. Of course, Surge biased. Problem is, I can't really play the Storm. Or do anything. That's a bit worrisome. I can get a lot more cards played if I Blessing of the Forge here. I think that's a good idea. Keep using potions. Biased. Cute. Can amplify that, but to what end? Let's make room in hand this way. Sure. Can't amplify heat self-repair if I do this, though. Let's go biased. Strike. Algorithm stack. Really? Didn't draw the apparitions, huh? That's extra spooky. Am I dead? Very surprised that we bottom drew all 3 of these cards. Can't guarantee a kill on the Red Slaver no matter what. Could invest my final potion here. Let's see what that does for us. Get him. I'm alive! Though just barely. All of my cards are gone. At least I've got a Tempest Plus. And a Dooming Gloom Plus. And another upgraded Apparition. Do we beat Bronze Automaton like this? Unsure. Deeply unsure. Oh, probably not. Oof. I want to amplify Storm. Perfect. Good. Send her a minion next turn. Not gonna be able to apply Bullseye to the boss, unfortunately, but we can keep this fight going for a while. That part's nice. Algorithm 2. Convenient. I think we've done it, thanks to Bias Cognition upping our damage here. I think we've completely done it. GG. Creative AI. Since this deck is kind of dependent on playing powers, what about a way to play powers every turn forever? Of course, hand size is going to be a real problem with Creative AI, but that's not necessarily the worst thing in the world. Could take Hyper Beam to deal with shorter-term threats, like Reptomancer. Could take Thunderstrike as a way to try to scale an attack after we've played all of the powers. Thunderstrike could be a shockingly effective card with this deck. Actually, one of the best Thunderstrikes I've ever seen, now that I think about it. Let's try it. I think we're going to need more energy, as much as I do like Pandora's here, transforming, well, I guess it's just 5 defense. Sacred Park would have been nice if I hadn't used all my potions on the Slavers. But let's go Slaver's Collar. During boss elite combats, we gain an energy at the start of our turn. 4 base energy during elite fights will really help with the expensive stuff here. Big time. So let's take that. Looking to replenish our potions here. Looking to maybe get another card or 2 removed also. Any important upgrades? Yeah, the turbos and the apparitions. Lots of important upgrades. In fact, this deck would almost appreciate an upgrade all situation. Although perhaps not from Mind Bloom. Don't want to lose access to healing. Here's the path I like. Early shop, many upgrades. Decent number of combats, too, so that we can replenish our potions. So we get 1, 2, 3, 4 rest sites, 2 elites, 1 shop. Sounds fine to me. Or does it? What if we just end up dead on turn 1? In every fight. A terrifying potential reality. Okay, I would like to double my self-repair, please. At some point. There we go. Unupgraded attacks. I think we're past the point of wanting those for the most part. Although Ball Lightning could be okay. Only a little bit okay. Late membership card, still better than nothing, probably. It's pretty late, though. It's mostly giving us more money for the next shop. Doesn't let me remove a strike here. Does All for One do anything in this deck? Gets back the turbos. Questionable usefulness there. Yeah, I agree. I think we need the help now more than the small increase later. Let's try to stop having bad turn ones by removing every card that we don't want to draw on turn one. How's that sound? I'm a ghost and I don't care. Take another Tempest Plus. That way we can really power up the Thunder Strike and actually use it as our win condition in quite a few different combats. I like it. Oh, these guys are nasty with no potions. Let's fight them. They might kill me. They didn't kill me. At least not initially. I don't get to do the bonus. We better go this way. Good. Apparitions get. Very important. Dark Orb also very important here. Here we go. Apparition. Turbo Tempest. Make sure we get enough room in hand here. Defend Tempest. Absolutely might die here. Oh, we got one more intangible. Good. It's only 5 lightning so far. Didn't draw any of the powers. This is a 5 times 7. So if I amplify, let's say Heat Sinks. This is now 7 times 6. $42. Just shy of a kill, huh? Let's see what this is. Just what I needed. Calipers are here, allowing me to retain block from turn to turn. That's really good. Aggregate is here as a renewable energy generator. That's also very good. Alright, jawworms, don't kill me. Thank you. Terrifying. Get them. So many good upgrades in the stack now, too. Zap upgrades looking good. Energy generator upgrades are looking good. Bopper looking good. Bopper looking really good, actually. That's a way to keep me alive through certain attacks. Needs an upgrade, though. So many good upgrades here. Let's start with the last apparition. If I take an upgrade all, I'd think about it. There's enough good upgrades at this point. The main problem is we might lose health on turn 1, which could really make taking advantage of that very difficult. Finally, we have 4 energy per turn, by the way, in this fight. Very nice to have. Let the big attacks begin. Must assuredly want to amplify that buffer. Let's try to do it. I might not be able to block, is the problem. I'd rather take the small amount of damage here. Amplify buffer next turn. Actually got more card draw than we know what to do with currently. Bonk. 7 times 20, you say? Not too bad. Bonk. Alternate egg upgrades Blizzard here. Machine learning is a power, but we're not going to be able to use the card draw. How awkward. I think I'll skip it all. Into fall, losing Sunder, Apparition Plus, or Heatsinks Plus. Well, crap. I'm sorry, Sunder, but your days are gone. At least we get energy from this thing. We want to amp Storm. Let's just play nothing. Regret. Regret. Nothing but regret. Oh. Wish you would. Get him, Thunderstrike. Wouldn't say Juzu bracelet's particularly good, but you take what you can get. Probably gonna upgrade Aggregate before the final battles here, but it's gonna depend on if we get a better card dropped shortly. Thank you. My feelings on peanut chews. I don't think I've had anything called a peanut chew before. Sounds tasty, though. I like peanut butter. Possibly to an excessive degree. Thunderstrike upgrade might also be good. If we're planning on using it as the way to win fights, it should probably say plus on it. No amplify yet. Let's try to get to that. It's about to go off. Speed potion could be pretty good. Peanutchews.com. Delicious. If anyone tells you your love of peanut butter is excessive, you don't need that negativity in your life. Unless they're allergic, in which case they're allowed to ask me to stand a reasonable distance away while I devour peanut butter. Battery seems fine. I'll take a battery here. We need some defense against the Awakened one. We're gonna lose to the Awakened one, probably. Or something. Or something, certainly. Fools. Damage seems short as well. Although this will be the last fight where we only have 3 energy per turn. There will be no more after this one. Get him. Easy every time. One last turbo, probably not. Cold Snap Plus or Barrage Plus? Also probably not. We're looking to block with our algorithms, with the apparitions, and with the buffer. As well as maybe with a speed potion and the core surge. During certain parts of certain combats. Again, I think our upgrade is best on either Thunderstrike or on Aggregate for more energy, or one of the two turbos, but I think the Aggregate upgrade is the best one of the energy generation upgrades. And I think more energy is going to ultimately just mean more thunder power anyway. Question is, can I survive Time Eater? The answer may surprise you. It is yes. At least initially it is. Core Surge, Tempest. +3. Bullseye. Battery. Doom. Okay, we're gonna need a kill pretty soon. Can't hologram auto shields, that's not a thing. Does 100 damage. I'm gonna rebound it. Might not be able to use it to get a kill, but I can. Double buffer. Double self-repair. Buffer just blocks that easy peasy. No need for these block cards to do a thing. Get him, Stone Calendar. Nice. Struggling to do any damage, but at least we have buffer and intangible to keep us protected here from whatever shenanigans might ensue. Block stacks. Yeah. I block for 60. What do you do? GG. Okay, Time Eater wasn't that bad, although that was a slow fight. Now we have to manage Donu and Deka. Shapes Brothers. hold off on Storm temporarily. I do really prefer it when I can amplify the Storm. It seems to go so much better. Nice. Amplify Storm. Amplify Storm. It's that easy. I'm a spooky ghost. "26 lightning." And counting. No plated armor for either of you. GG. Alright, we're on to Act 4 with this very unusual lightning-centric defect deck, blocking kind of an afterthought in a lot of ways for this deck. But dealing 1895 damage to the heart, that's on the menu. We tried to save some money for this shop. It kind of worked. Kind of worked. Good upgrades include the static or the thunder here. Yeah, still no focus going forward, but this deck is truly not going to need focus, thankfully. Could also see upgrading a turbo. I think that's probably better. Upgrade one of our turbos. Thunderstrike's going to be damage capping regardless. Second Storm, I love that. Energy and Swift Potion, I also love that. I would do Storm, Potion. And I would actually buy a stack for this defect deck, too. Can I buy all of that? It's a little over 100. That's a little over 100. Yes. Stack, Storm, Potion. 7 more health from Strawberry would have been okay. I wouldn't call it essential by any means. Not like this Swift Potion is essential right now. Could also do the Core Surge thing, but I think I need to do that in the heart fight. Yeah. Oh boy, okay. Here goes. Still alive. Good. It's a good turn to be intangible. Buffer alone won't work because the spear is also attacking. Aggregate and amplify next turn. Enemies always attack from left to right. Heck. It's another good intangible turn. I think that means it might be really difficult to amplify the self-repair, but we'll try. Still have another Stonecaller is coming in. Okay, just play it. "23 health for the heart is not a lot. Definitely a little concerned by that. Go for the Eyes Plus versus Machine Learning versus Defragment. I think I'll try go for the Eyes Plus, but I'm a little worried that none of those are going to be sufficient. Very happy to see early Algorithm. Might want to just block with this and retain. I think that's probably correct. 1, 2, 3. Draw 10 cards. Use the Speed Potion with Core Surge. Yeah, that's why we did that. Well, are we just not buffering it anyway? So I kind of wasted my algorithm, huh? Shoot. That's how these things go. Very well. Look at this. Then this happens, which is a huge problem now. No block cards at all, actually? This is where I really need a genetic algorithm. I do draw more cards momentarily, though. Only gonna be +1. Oh, no, 2. 2. So, what do we do? Aggregate first? Let's aggregate first. Let's do this second, draw 2. Okay. Lame. Good news is I have 3 apparitions stuck in my hands. I think we're gonna die. These are not the draws we wanted. Hello? Okay, here's where we could try to use the Static Discharge, but I no longer have enough health to just tank a hit anyway, so... Problems down. 30. Not enough. So I think I have to use this again. But then I just die a couple turns from now? Guess I'll have to see what I can do. Perfect. Don't think we've got it. Yeah, I can't stop 6x15, unfortunately. Speed of Death is also now 3. So I really don't see what I meant to do here. No, not quite. Man, if we just had one more apparition for this turn, we might have been able to do it. Really needed to not draw our deck upside down like this. Let's see if I can beam into turbo. No, I can't. Okay, we're just dead. GG. Falls flat right at the very end, unfortunately. Really wanted some maybe Frost plus Focus or a second genetic algorithm. Just one more turn of invincibility might have been enough. But, yeah, not with those draws. GG. GG. Man, what a week. You know, it's hard to believe we're actually so close to my birthday coming up here at the end of the week. Gonna be celebrating my birthday on stream on Saturday with everybody. Probably gonna be an extra long stream then. Should be extra fun. Omni Clouds is tomorrow. Happy early birthday, Omni. Yeah, Mummy Hand might have done it. Tungsten Rod might have done it. There were a few things that could have made that defect run get to the very end there. I'm excited. All right, we'll do one more with the defect. It's probably going to be the last Spire run for the day, win or lose. And it's going to be a boss swap without even looking at the map. It's that kind of run. 4 energy per turn via Copy Dripper, that's a pretty good thing. There's a lot of things you can do with that on defects. Let's try that. Let's try that. Reprogram trades away 2 focus to gain 2 points of strength and 2 points of dexterity. This does not beat Gremlin Nob, so we can't fight an elite. Come on. Ugh. Yikes. Super Dripper? That'll help. Assuming we can get past the first elite, which, I don't know. Okay, hold on. Maybe I don't even need to fight an elite. This is off to a really promising start, relic and deck-wise, just not current health-wise. I also missed 2 upgrades if I don't fight that elite. Well, no, I could go a different way. Okay. Let's not risk it unnecessarily here. You've got to be kidding me. There we go. That wasn't so hard now, was it? Why not rest? Coffee. That's why. It's actually rebound, not claw. So that we can rebound or reprogram. Sorry to say. Okay, now we can fight an elite. Also gonna upgrade the self-repair first. The whole point of reprogram is to play it multiple times. Once you scale your focus up to a decent level, nothing can really stop you. Or, well, strengthen dex to a decent level. Once you're at negative focus, it no longer matters how many times you play. You can't get your orbs below 0 effectiveness. Here we go. And a reinforced body to block with, that's perfect. This is a really good start for a 0 focus, reprogram only defect. I like it. Didn't have to fight a Gremlin Nob neither. All the better. This mask is the Gremlin Visage, making us weak on turn 1 of each combat. It's bad. Make no mistake. It's very bad. There are 7 each. Easy enough. So close. Not that much health, though. Fish is back. Beam is actually pretty good with reprogram. We do want some area damage that we don't currently have at all. Being able to scale Sweeping Beam up with strength is really good. So I think I should take a Sweeping Beam here. It's better than you'd think. And we'll upgrade Hologram for the Guardian fight. All we have to do to beat Guardian is play Reprogram a bunch of times. Not too hard. Gain a bunch of strength with the Shuriken. No problem. Doesn't do anything, but it looks cool. And that's what matters. Looking cool. $13 block per defense, starting to look really good. Dominating this fight with huge stats is this defect run, and I think we're on track to do similarly well in future acts, especially with either an All for One or an Echo form here. All for One returns Flash of Steel, Go for the Eyes, and Beam Cell, as well as any steam barriers we find, whereas Echo form lets us duplicate the first card we play each turn. Don't know about you, but I'm thinking this All for One looks pretty good. So does the buffer. Take All for One. Pyramid again? It's a 4 energy Runic Pyramid this time. Runic Pyramid and Reprogram is going to be beautiful together. Been losing a bunch of pyramid runs lately, but I don't think that has anything to do with the pyramid necessarily. It's definitely more me making bad choices. Let's try not to make any bad choices this run with our Runic Pyramid. I particularly like Runic Pyramid in conjunction with All for One, letting us return back many cards to our hand. Reprogram pairs pretty badly with most powers, as most powers on defect are related in some way to focus. Not all, but definitely most. Keep this for Shuriken. I don't care about being frail. You can't make me. Bonk. 12 damage, Go for the Eyes? Seems good. And there's a Steam Barrier. 0 cost, gain 6 plus our dexterity block, and then reduce the card's block by 1 this combat. Steam Barrier does feel a little difficult to take sometimes. The fact that it gets weaker with each play is a bit sad, but it's very good upfront value for what it does, amongst other things. Go Apo Turbo. There's also a Claw here. Go Apo Turbo. Not gonna buy a claw. Okay. Ooh. And I get the removal anyway. Good. Although you might think we should remove strikes, Zap and Dual Cast are actually the worst cards of the deck currently. Let's purge those first. Ow. I thought so. You stinky! How dare you? Now I can hologram the all for one. And do stupid all for one things. Don't have enough powers for Force Field to be any good. Not generating enough orbs for Barrage to be any good. Pretty sad turn one. Good. Back to full. Another barrier, beam cell, or go for the eyes. I'm sure we want one more. I think we want double beam cell. That feels right. All for one starter pack, no kidding. Not going to charge into this Burning Elite. I think that's a dumb choice. I'll fight these two. This is not a good idea. Let's upgrade our Apotheosis first. Time to spin the wheel. It is blood. Yay, blood. Yay, blood. Yay, blood. The price has been paid. Upgrade beam is okay. I mean, once the Apotheosis is down, everything's upgraded anyway, so the upgrades aren't too important from here on out. We might even go, say, this way, actually, because of that. Avoid this upgrade. Get an extra chance at Colosseum Knob. Recalling is also a reasonable idea, I suppose. Doesn't much matter one way or the other. Turbo is also helpful so that we can avoid hand clog early on if we have it. Let's do that. Upgrade the turbo. Take the max HP. Although that's a reasonable blue key. I generally like max health quite a lot. We'll head this way. Now, where did he get that shiv? Asking the important questions. Where did it come from? Perfect. Rebound, all for one. Do that again next turn. Streamline could end up becoming free, but I think with the reprogram scaling, it's totally unnecessary. Keep the current potions. Although liquid bronze would have been okay here. Let's go self-repair defend. Perfect. Too early to play the All for One, but we can go zap, defend, steam barrier, hologram the reprogram, play that again. Ouch. This is just fine. Thought about using a potion there, but I don't think any need to overcomplicate it. Let's get bopped by 22 damage. Strikes. Here we go. Shovel lets us dig for relics at rest sites. Now we have something to do at rest sites that it's better than upgrading stuff. But the steam barrier, Compulder is not very good. Regen potion feels redundant too. Let's skip. Swap our strikes for bites. We have all strikes remaining. We would swap them for 5 bites, each being 7 damage, heal 2. Although we do lose 24 max health. We'll also gain 45 gold from the ceramic fish. And they will be upgraded by apotheosis. That's pretty dang good, honestly. Let's do it. Thanks to that, a bonus 45 gold, I think they're particularly good. Gives us a little bit more attack density to work with, too. Oh. That's the first real penalty from the Gremlin Visage. Guess we'll just see what happens. Mild spookiness? Not too bad. Well, more than mild, actually. Okay. That worked out. Get 'em, boys. Boys? Oh, boys. Wanted to rebound, that's why I played Beam first. Didn't work, though. Can't imagine Unceasing Top will do a whole lot if we have no cards in hand during our turn, draw a card. However, Skim for guaranteed card draw, that I could be getting behind. Or a Claw here. Not the worst Claw. I think it's probably a Skim, though. Who needs Claw when you have Beam Cells? They're just better. Now we're a boat. So all we have to do in this fight, just play reprogram a bunch of times. It is, in fact, that simple. Always get our health back. Let's show him the power. Cell, zap, go for the eyes. Flash of Steel back into All for One. Do that again. Beam cell, zap. Draw. Draw some more. Zap actually doing anything? No, that's our next removal. I mean, it's just filling the orb slots and being amusing. It does some damage on turn 1, 2, or 3 sometimes, but no, it's mostly just being useless here. Not contributing. See, that did actual damage. 4 real damage. The power. Apparently done it now. $20-20-26 doesn't kill, but I get turbo back, so not a whole lot of reason not to. Oh, this is a perfect kill. Tasty. Easy. Do I add a Hyper Beam for massive area damage? Do I add a multicast to let me lightning or... No, I don't add a multicast. Do I add a Creative AI for random powers? I think the answer to all these questions and more is no. No. No, maybe? Cage is pretty sweet. Cage lets us remove Zap and 1 bite. Not a whole lot of use for more orb slots via Inserter. Definitely don't want to go Velvet Choker All for One. So, yeah. I think that's an empty cage for me. Princess Haram, thanks for 13 months of support. Keep them coming. Only a 24-card deck feels nice and powerful. Not afraid of elites at all at this point. We have all the sustain we need. We have Runic Pyramid. We have good energy generation. Life is good. Why a bite and not a defend? Because the defends are good cards. I suppose the bites are too. But we want a reasonable balance between offense and defense here. Both are going to be scaling with the reprogram, so both have long-term potential. Although we do occasionally end up in situations like this, huh? Drink. Another skim. This one says blues. I like it. Maybe defend is our next move. I think that would be pretty reasonable. So Angie. Algorithm Plus. It's certainly not too late in the run for an upgraded algorithm to become very, very useful by endgame. So that looks pretty good. Second Reinforced Body could also be very, very good. I'm gonna go with the algorithm here. Those poor darklings had a family. By Jove. Nunchaku for more energy feels really nice, given how many attacks we're playing in this deck. Like that quite a bit. More than I like the pen nib. Do I go to another shop? Is the second Steam Barrier too much? I think so. We've been offered a Steam Barrier a couple of times, and I've already not taken it. I'd like another hologram. Ah. We'll do that. I'll go push and belt here. So we just picked up 2 Madnesses. Madnesses allow us to make a random other card in our hand free for the rest of combat. And that could do some very, very silly things with All for One. I do have Unceasing Top. Okay, hilarious. Wait, I have Unceasing Top? Oh my god. Gobble gobble, thanks for the Prime sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. All for One reprogram seems pretty cool. Crunch. It is time. Nah. We don't need them. I also don't think I need this fire. Wait, I can dig. Okay, let's do it. Now, I'm 2 parts of a boat. 14 block on turn 2, in addition to 10 on turn 1. The Big Dig. I think I played this in every fight so far. Yeah, I missed it somewhere. Okay. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cards that are 0 cost. Shockingly, these are all terrible. Maybe stack is okay. But, yeah, actually, not helpful. Orbs are not on the menu. Not today. All for One's definitely one of my favorite things to do in Spire. It's a lot of really cool stuff that can be done. Sweet. I want to do it this way, though. Reprogram. Rebound. Sweeping Beam. It's finally Sweeping Beam's time to shine. Good work, Sweeping Beam. You did it! You saved Christmas. I might have forgotten to play Algo again. Whatever. Tell me I can do the thing. I want to do it. Some stuff here. Guess this is also an acceptable option. Free hologram. Here you go. I think that's an infinite. Easy. Loop, doom and gloom, something else? Nah. Block 12 more. Could take Elite Plus. Don't really feel like I need to. Got reinforced for that. All for One gets back a few important things. I do it. Don't think so. Transient? Here's our chance. Here is our real chance. The other one. Rebound. Hologram. Rebound. Yes! I didn't think that would work. That's an infinite? That's the coolest infinite I've ever made, I think. I knew you could do rebound, unceasing top things, but I've never had it involve hologram like this. What? Beautiful. I love it. And it's making energy and strength for us. And block for us. Like, this would work on the heart, kind of. Terry Tomato, thanks so much for 6 months. Hi there, YouTube. In general, I think madnesses are really, really good on the defect character, and this is a prime highlight as to why. There's just so many different ways for this character to fundamentally break the zero-cost cards. And Ceasing Top is padding its stats right now. That was funny. I don't need a second turbo. That was great. I want to do that against the boss. Well, maybe not this boss. Against the next boss. Greetings, Time Nerd. Time Nerd might be a little intimidating, but as soon as we can get our reprogram played a few times, we'll be just fine. Truly and completely fine. Perfect. Overkill actually on the block there. It's okay. No. Rebound, reprogram. Rebound, and reprogram. So that I can rebound, reprogram. Next turn might be a little spooky, though. Let's actually use the all for one, then. If that be the case. More. Not too bad. Alright, Awakened One. How silly can I get against your particular set of nonsense here? That is the question. Do we have any powers? No, not even. Just self-repair. Just self-repair, and that's obviously not required to be played, although I will play it here. All for one rebound works. There we go. So we go Steam Barrier, defend, all for one. Madness hits the other rebound. Get this out of here. Rebound, rebound. Drawing rebound, playing rebound. Drawing rebound, playing rebound. Uh-oh. I have to stop there, though. The rebounding. I actually don't have a program in play yet. It's funny. Minor damage will be taken. But my face, though. Haven't you seen my face? Some slight issues. I can't do the infinite anymore. Hold on. Use all for one. Can't get that to be the only card in my hand, though. Not that it matters, because we win. Take it. To thump, a deep pulsing dread could be felt throughout the room. Is this the heart of the spire, the source of this evil? I think it's kind of neat that there's a couple ways in Slay the Spire to kind of scale your deck without playing powers. Reprogram's a good example of it for defect, but also consume on defect. Limit break on Ironclad. This doesn't do anything. A few other examples. Bag of preparation. That's good. Give me that. 2 more cards on turn 1. I think that's all we really need. Could take a different potion. Maybe attack potion over skill potion. That feels kind of reliable. Help us get more damage for shield and spear. But honestly, I think this defect deck has the best odds of any defect we've played today. Only 1 reprogram does make for a little bit of a problem. But we've got lots of power otherwise, and a few crazy infinites we can assemble. This has to be... Go for the eyes. Rebound, hologram. Rebound, go for the eyes. Then I could... It's unupgraded. Could energy potion to self-repair. And then go for the eyes and then keep going. With the unceasing top. Let's do that. I have 2 energy now. Let me get hologram back. Hologram the go for the eyes. We can do more. Draw, defend. I no longer need to play defend, but defend lets me draw 1 more card. I'll take it. Perfect. Bank the energy with the Art of War here. A little premature, I think, to use the Ultra one. After all. Get back. Go for the eyes, beam cell, flash of steel, steam barrier. Okay. And turbo, of course. Which I guess I'll use to keep drawing. Skim. Seems fine. Well, is it though? When I could just keep going? Scales ought to help? Don't think Skim helps. Okay. Corrupt Heart. Corrupt Heart's gonna be a fun challenge. Although I see already that we can... Well, it depends on what Skim hits. I can Madness and try to hit either Hologram or Skim. These are both pretty good. Let's see what our Power Potion yields. That'll help. First card we play each turn is played 2 times. Good. Let's go Skim first. Also good. Turbo. Bite. Free hologram, yes. Hologram Skim. Hologram Turbo. Hologram Turbo. Spooky. Double reinforced body blocks for another 30. So 44. Take a ton. Attack pot core 1 for turn 1 for core surge might have been a good idea there. Probably don't want to use the potion all this fight. But looking for a core surge and skipping if I didn't get one might have been wise. Could go double flash of steel. I think that's pretty bad. Double turbo is better than double reinforced. Don't die. Oh, good. I didn't die. Yeah, I don't plan on playing this at all. The potion. So we saw that the rebound hologram thing was infinite, right? Still no reprogram. That's spooky. But yeah, if I have any status in my hand, it won't work, right? That includes the wound, which I can not get rid of. That's a bit concerning. There it is. So I can't do anything with the Unceasing Top, as long as the wound exists, which it always will. Get back hologram and turbo. Or if I beam cell, I get back holo turbo, flash of steel. Oh, but the discard pile is going to prevent that from working consistently. Still, I can make the things free. It's kind of important. Again, rebound. Rebound the hologram, get back turbo. Turbo. Slimed, bite, self-repair, madness. All for one. Holograms on the draw pile. That makes sense. Okay, this is a slight block, positive generation, infinite now. Also generates strength and energy. This will be a lot better once I reprogram. We just gotta get the reprogram into my hand here. You can play the Flash of Steel. A little bit worried about reshuffling the deck, though. We don't want to do that at the wrong moment. Or else. Let's get some accumulated block here first. There's a program. So what do I want back in my hand? The All for One or the hologram? I can't have both. I think I want the All for One. Next turn. Okay, next turn could really be bad. Don't have a way to guarantee anything, right? I could All for One the hologram. I could hologram a reinforced body, actually. That might be the safest play. Let's do that. Beam cell then. Yeah, 4x15, I thought so. Nine times 9 is a full block, easy peasy like. Double reprogram is better. Double void. Terrifying. No space. Go for kill next turn, actually. This is where this comes in. Ha! Easy. I knew it would have a use the whole time. They thought me wrong. Good job, attack potion. GG. Whew. GG, everybody. Reprogramming our way to a glorious win. GG. GG. 3064-bit defect. And we got to show off two of my favorite infinite combos ever, involving the Unceasing Top and a Madness Rebound. I, in particular, had never seen Rebound Hologram with Unceasing Top as an infinite combo. But we made it work there. GG. The Spire sleeps, and so shall I. GG. That's why you take the Runic Pyramid, that's why you take the Madnesses, that's why you take the reprogram early on. Now, we were able to take that floor 4 reprogram. Why? Because Hologram as our first pickup. Hologram and reprogram are best of friends. And that floor 1 hologram ended up being absolutely invaluable to the success of this run. Was that the only hologram I saw? No. There was the second one there. Okay. There were a few options for hologram. GG. Very GG. Alright, I think I've got at least one more in me. Let's do a run with the Watcher up next. But before I do that, I'm going to refill the water, stretch the legs. When I return, the Purple Lady is who we tackle next. Don't go nowhere, folks. I will be back in just a couple of minutes with another run for you. BRB. Hello and welcome back, everyone. Such a fun defect run this was. Don't get ones like this too often. But that was special. Will we have a special Watcher run? That's the question. Suppose you only get particularly special runs with a boss swap. And if anyone's suited to the boss swap, it is the Watcher. Fairly medium Act 1. Here's a decent path, though. Fire, Elite, Fire, and then there's 2 elites we can access here. So that'd be a 3 elite act. That's the only 3 elite act we can have here. Slime Boss at the end of Act 1 is usually what the Watcher likes to see. Her starting damage output is excellent with the Eruption. Ultimately, Slime Boss is a fight where you can negate enemy damage by dealing more damage yourself. And Wrath Stance is all about doubling enemy damage in order to double your own damage. If you double both damages and then negate the damage the enemy is doing, you just do double damage for free, and that's basically how Slime Boss goes. Hey there, better title pending. I'm feeling excellent about the challenge overall. I think we could absolutely pick up the pace if we needed to. And I feel like I've got a solid set of feet under me with all of the characters. Although Silence have been having some trouble, I think that could easily change for her. Let's do a boss swap. Sozu. No potions, huh? Definitely not my favorite. But the 4 energy per turn will be pretty good. So we'll see how it goes, I suppose. Hmm. 3 zero-cost cards. Not what a 4 energy start wants to see. I was really hoping we'd get something like a Cut-Through Fate or a Carve Reality or a Wheel Kick. These are all pretty mediocre. I'm gonna pass on all of them. Sightly Size, thanks for almost 1 year and a half, 17 months. Durus Futurer, thanks for the actual year and a half of support. Didn't quite have a kill there. There's a big attack card for us to use. Sands of Time on 4 energy feels really, really comfortable, although it does have a bit of a wind-up time. Curses are no thanks. If I was to pick an energy relic as favorite, it'd probably be the energy relic that's got the easiest downside to negate. The more I play Spire, the more I find that all of the energy relics that have downsides are pretty penalizing in their own way, because an effective run of Slay the Spire is making essentially maximum use of all its resources at all times. That's reasonable. We'll upgrade Eruption for the first Elite too. Take 10 or take 10. Might as well do the take 10 that involves playing the Eruption. Guess that was actually strike there. think I do this. This is a weird move. I think it's the most likely to survive, though. That way we get to kill this one next turn with the Sands of Time. Yeah. Any... Yeah. Yep. That's the only move that would have survived, too. Cool. There's the wheel kick we wanted. I think retaining cards are a little bit more valuable given that we don't have potions as an out, but I think just more card draw is also more valuable, so probably want this wheel kick. 15 damage draw 2. First relic being Damaru is a relatively low impact. Mantra every turn is good, but only if we can get another source of mantra somewhere. Prostrate would be excellent, Devotion would be excellent. Let's have a snooze. We did trade some health for 2 random upgrades earlier, by the way, so we're actually at 3 upgrades currently. It's not too bad. And we should be able to beat Slime Boss as long as we have 1 hit point. That's a Sozu seed, alright. Toy Ornithopter is a no. Let's take the blue key, since that relic can never do anything because of our boss relic. And let's hope that spinning the wheel does not stab me. It didn't stab me. Huzzah! Only 100 gold in Act 1 is the prize, but still pretty good. And yikes. Sound the yikes alarm. Strike. Vigilance. Nice. Not too bad. Yep. Vault's amazing. It's another mantra. It's a cost reduction on Sands of Time. It's a whole new hand of cards, and it's 4 new energy. The more per turn effects you have, the better Vault is, since you're spending normally what is a baseline full turn of energy to get a new turn, which gives you all the energy back and a whole bunch extra. Okay, let's press onward. I think we can do 2 more elites. Probably. Vault, where are you? Vault? I need you. Ow. Okay, take 16 and win is fine. Not the best Gremlin Knob fight, but it'll do. The next one's a little scarier, though. At least we have another relic. And a Talk to the Hands. Deal 5 damage. Whenever you attack the enemy, gain some block. Brilliant with Ornamental Fan. Currently our cards are a little bit heavy. I wonder if this is a Tranquility pick. Lose 11 health. No. Not worth it, as they say. Definitely not happy to see these 3. I'm going to be honest, I don't know if we actually win this fight with our current health total. There is only one way to find out. This has to be Eruption Wheel Kick. I do get to Vault. Won't be able to kill you. I can go Strike, Defend, Defend. Is this a calculated kill? I think we're in the same situation as last time. So... Sands of Time deals 40. Got 18 plus 12. This 12 is a kill. So next turn I go strike to kill this one. Talk to the hand hits this one. 2 turns from now, Sands of Time kills this one. Yeah. Here's our line. Cool, we won the fight. Very exciting. I was worried we wouldn't. Get a little bit of health. I think 16 health will be fine for Slime Boss. All we have to do is consider Foresight as an option. Particularly good with Vault, actually. Yeah, I think I'll take a Foresight here. And then upgrade either Sands of Time or Wheel Kick. Just any damage card. Sands of Time gets +6. Wheel Kick gets +5. Sands is the one with Retain, though. So most likely be played with the Eruption. Don't have a lot of love for Perseverance. I just wish the number on this card started a little higher. If it was 8 block and then continued to increase when retained, I think it'd be a much better option. But that it's just a defend that if you play doesn't even boost itself, ends up being really awkward a lot of the time. I tend to find. Show me Eruption. Or Foresight. Either or. That'll work. Thank you. And Sands of Time. Perfect. So we just play Sands of Time on turn 3 for the big damage. In fact, we can even do Strike follow-up Sands of Time. Or better than that, we can do Strike follow-up Vault. Preventing Slime Boss from splitting. And then drawing a damage card. No problem on the boss. We're well set up after all those elite fights. Yeah. Scrawl is excellent here. Getting us to a full hand, letting us get the Sands of Time or the Vault as appropriate. Good upgrade, too. Well, we can probably rule out this. So our options realistically are Ectoplasm, bringing us to 5 base energy, giving us no more gold, however. Starting to feel the weight of cumulative penalties in that case. Or Slaver's Collar, giving us bonus energy at the end of our turn in boss and elite fights only. Really good for the Scrawl, really good for the Vault. Love me a Collar Rod on Watcher. Yeah, Collar's the only, reasonable option there. I think. Losing out on money is pretty brutal. And I really don't recommend it unless you absolutely have to. Which is certainly not where we're at. It's a bit iffy. With 400 gold, let's hit one of these 2 shops. Could go double shop. This deck wants to remove a defend currently. 1- defend would be very good. Strikes are quite nice because of the ornamental fan. What upgrades matter? Vault, Scroll, Foresight, Talk to the Hand, those are all pretty good. Don't need the Foresight upgrade as much as these 3. So I guess it's a question of how badly do I want to remove 2? Pretty badly, actually. Go this way. Best starting character, asks Jellybeans. In terms of best character to learn initially, I think Silent is a lot of fun, especially without the added difficulty of ascension levels. She's got fairly straightforward deck designs, and it's not too difficult to figure out what order to play her cards in. So I think her and the Ironclad make fairly good starters. The Defect and Watcher are a bit more involved, a bit more complicated. Or as others say, it's simple enough to unlock all the characters in Slay the Spire, so you can give them all a tryout. And then make up your mind at the end. Rip potions. I'm contemplating second Wrath Source at this moment. I like Simmering Fury in conjunction with Vault in particular. Simmering Fury is Wrath next turn, not this turn, an additional draw to go with it. Let's give it a try here. Having one Wrath card, just Eruption, in an increasingly large deck becomes fairly problematic pretty quickly. So I tend to encourage an additional Wrath Source, and then from there, additional ways to leave Wrath Stance, so that everything is fine. Interesting store. Panic button's rather interesting. Don't much like Melange here. Melange says whenever you shuffle your draw pile, scry 3. So you get to look at 3 cards after shuffling and after finishing the draw that shuffled. Bit weird. Wish it worked before, but it just doesn't go that way. Swivel's not bad with the Wheel Kick and the Sansa Time. A block card that also lets us make something free. Don't really want any of these relics. Guess I would take Swivel or Panic Button, but not both. I really like Panic Button. Give it a try here. Leaves us with enough money for something here. Bird nerds. How dare they? Takes 4 hits to knock a bird out of the air on Ascension 20, making them rather annoying to deal with at times. Ooh. Crush Joints with a free upgrade on it. Pretty spicy. Allowing us to apply Vulnerable for 50% more physical damage, which is all of our damage. I like it. Hard to turn down cards that have a free upgrade, which you'll start seeing in Act 2. 12.5% chance per card that we see. Take another event. Combats aren't as rewarding when you have Sozu because you can't get potions from them. But card removals, those are pretty good. Now that I've lost 2 defends, our next removal will be a strike. I don't want to remove 3 defends. Just 2. Kill the baseball first? Yeah. Yes, yes. And maybe. No. where Panic Button is super useful. Think. Can't quite get the Guardian here. I think that might mean I go Vigilance, Simmering Fury. Panic Button. Let's do that. Or no, just... I can't play both of those. Just Vigilance, Panic Button. No. That's ridiculous. I wanted to attack the ball to kill it before it did its 11 by 2 attack next turn. But I'm not quite able to get it on this turn. And being in Wrath, they do more than 30 damage. Not quite what I wanted here, but not that bad. Could also do something like Strike, Defend, Panic Button, take very little. Do that. I think that went pretty well. This deck definitely needs another way to leave Wrath stance. I don't think Empty Fist is the best way to do that. However, I think we are out of time to find another way to do that. We need another stance exit for an elite fight to be particularly comfortable. We need another stance exit for this Act 2 boss. So, I think it's time to take an Empty Fist here. Just so that we can leave Wrath. Also works really nicely with our Ornamental Fan. Can also use it to leave Calm sometimes. Could be useful on this turn if I want to get the Ornamental Fan active. Yeah, well... No, let's go Empty Fist Strike plus Vigilance Foresight. Let's take a little bit here. Okay, these look pretty good so far. I'm going to lose the Defend. Let's embrace offense, see what we can make happen here. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. I think this is another case of just use Panic Button to get aggro done. Or I could not enter Wrath. But then no, next turn is going to be a disaster. Unless I can Simmering Fury and Vault, which I might be able to do. But we're definitely going to play Panic Button this turn one way or the other. I think it'd be foolish to miss out on Eruption. So we'll do it this way. Still get the block from Ornamental Fan even through the debuff of Panic Button, by the way. Also, I have to know, does this remove no block? No, still can't block. Dreamcatcher gives me a card award if I rest. I guess that's okay. What's more than okay is Inner Peace Plus. 4 draw if we're in Calm, otherwise, enter Calm. It's a stance exit, it's an energy creating card, it's a card draw card. It's flexible. Great card. I almost feel like the Panic Button needs an upgrade based on the turns we've had so far. It's pretty funny. I like the Vault upgrade, too. Start with that. Might be about to be offered a Dolly's Mirror. At the shop, for example. No. Abacus. Gives us block when we shuffle the draw pile. It's also another panic button. That's pretty funny. Study is rather interesting. At the end of the turn, add an insight. Could give us a way to get some card draw. Let's just remove a card. Feels like all I need to do here. More energy's good? Am I going this way? I think so. We take a mental fortress. How are we doing against Bronze Automaton? It's a bit iffy. I think one more combat. The bird's flight counter won't reset when I play Vault, because it's not a new turn for them. So I can play 2 attacks on that turn, 2 attacks on this turn. And knock them out of the air that way. By 2. Not a problem for the panic button. Ooh, love me a wallop. Damage and then block based on the damage dealt. Great way to turn vulnerable into damage output. Good with an upgrade, too. Don't like Signature Move much in a deck with a Sands of Time, although I do think Signature Move can be a really cool card to build around on Watcher. Just does so much damage for the price that it is totally worth it as your only attack. Choose one of 20. I sure would like a Mental Fortress. Wouldn't mind the heal, though. I should just take the heal. Aha! Easy. Perfect number of events this act. We were knocked unconscious, which means we're thrown into an arena, which means we get to fight for our life. The good way, that is. Simmering Fury panic button, anybody? Also, Wallop still blocks, even though I have Panic Button up. So I can just do this. Basically, anything that isn't affected by Dexterity is also not affected by the Panic Button debuff. So Relics ignore it, many powers ignore it, potions ignore it. Victory! This is what? Eruption, Defend, Crush Joints, Follow Up, Empty Fist. Easy. Poor guy never had a chance. You entered the wrong neighborhood, Gremlin Nub. Now I'm rich. This is why we did not take ectoplasm. Our money goes further. And shops restock. Prayer Wheel gives us more card rewards from normal enemies. And what's that? A second to talk to the hand is pretty spicy, as would be another Empty Mind. Given that we're dealing with an enemy that has artifact charges, let's take another talk to the hand. Give us some redundancy there. Really would like to see a wave of the hand. Uh-oh, 3 slavers. That's more than I just fought. There's only supposed to be 2 of you. It's a really bad turn 1, huh? I don't think I can use this inner piece. Oh dear. Ouch. Perfect. I think I just take another turn. Probably gonna rest before the boss. No shame in that. We don't have any potions to help us after all. Just a measly bronze scales doing damage back, and a meager omniscience, simply allowing us to play a card in the draw pile. Actually, it's a pretty good prey too. Why? Because mantra is a thing. It said omniscience, doubling a power, doubling talk to the hand. Very, very powerful things. I think I want the omniscience, though. And a nap. Meh. Close, but not good enough. Good. Well, So I could remove the artifact layers, but that requires sacrificing both Talk to the Hands, essentially. I suppose that's not the worst thing in the world. To block for 32 this turn. That shouldn't be hard either. Get some damage on the minions. Yeah, I think we should just lose these. Kick you. Vigilance. It's a pretty sad omniscience. I think we'll wait. Take scroll. Unless I vault. Let's vault. Do I want to vault with Sands of Time in my hand? Probably. Let's not vault. Not good that we bottom decked the Sands of Time, by the way. That's a bit worrisome. Could play the vault via the omniscience here. Does Omnivault 2 turns? No. Only one gets played. You can't duplicate any card that says end your turn, because when you play the first one, your turn ends, and all remaining attempts to duplicate things are discarded by the end of the turn. So you can't double vault, conclude, or meditate. But we can simply play it one time to get a new hand here. It's a really good fight for Panic Button. I'm gonna do it. Unfortunately, I cannot play Crush Joints in a way that applies Vulnerable if I do that. But that's not the biggest deal in the world. Perfect. Question mark. Empty Fist. Got it, buddy. Easy. I want to discard the Panic Button so that I can maybe draw it next turn. I drew it here. Curses. Let's go Inner Peace, Simmering Fury, question mark, and then I draw no exit and I die. That'd be funny. Let's hope that doesn't happen. I think with the Scry and the +2 draw, it's impossible. Actually. Yeah, we're fine. Go Vigilance, Empty Fist, Scrawl. Panic Button. Crush Joints. Follow up. Strike. Easy. GG. There's another vault. Very, very tempting. Could take a Lesson Learned to upgrade cards in our deck. Currently eyeing this Devotion, though. Again, we do have a Damaru providing Mantra per turn. Devotion is an amazing Omniscience target. And with an upgrade, it would be 4 Mantra per turn, essentially. Very good with Vault, especially. Another Pyramid run? I mean, it's a... we don't need 6 energy per turn, do we? I don't think so. Being able to retain all of our cards every turn seems beautiful. With stuff like Panic Button and Wheel Kick. For more stance control per turn. Or just more stance control, period. Very good. It's going to make sure that we can triple the damage of our attacks with Divinity properly, because we'll have them in hand. Definitely can make Omniscience a little sad sometimes, but I think other than that, it's going to be super worth with how much energy we have. Pyramid is like the counter to Sozu as well. Otherwise, we have to give up enemy intents, can't see when enemies are attacking, makes Vault very awkward. Or the Coffee Dripper preventing us from resting means no more Dreamcatcher. And if I take too much damage because we don't have potions, I won't be able to recover it. Much, much happier with a Pyramid here. Our path is basically locked in. Let's go 1 extra event. Yeah. All the events are early on. You see. Try it this way. Do panic button on turn 1. Use the wall up on this turret if we need to. Which apparently I do. This could be a little bit awkward. Spikers, particularly 2 spikers, gonna pose a bit of a problem. Especially if my hand ends up entirely full of attack cards. That would be a bit of a problem. Have Divinity shortly, though. Good. $27. I need the top card to be a block card. It's not. Okay, that means I have to take 5. That was a weird fight. A little worrying that I could not block against those. We do get our Wave of the Hand, though, meaning we can now apply tons of Weaken to everything. And hopefully also, I don't know, an Apotheosis? Double Enlightenment. Bandage Up actually seems kind of nice. Just a little bit of healing. Something we don't have in this deck. Panacea Panic Button. Also a thing. Ooh, I like that. Okay, I'll take Panacea here. Do not want a Sadistic Nature, although Sadistic Nature Wave of the Hand is really funny. Don't feel like we're gaining block enough times per turn for that to be really worth it. Aha! Do we dupe the Omniscience, or do I dupe Vault Plus? I think I dupe Vault Plus, but double Omni is really tempting too. There's the Apotheosis. Apotheosis says, upgrade all cards in your deck for the rest of combat. And given that we have a Panacea, I think we might want a Fasting. Fortress behind it. So Fortress or Card Remove? I'll go Card Remove. I like where this is headed. Let me just say that. Look at that. No downside panic button. It's that easy. bonk. 90? Okay. Halt plus or evaluate plus, both really good with what we've got going on here. Halt plus. Interesting. Third Eye is not bad either. Should take a couple of real block cards at this time. Go with Third Eye and Halt. We meet again! A cheery, disheveled fellow approaches you gleefully. You do not know this man. It's me, Ranwood. Have any goods for me today? The usual. Fellow like me can't make it alone, you know. I don't have a potion, so I can't give him a potion. I don't have gold, so I can't give him 50 gold. He wants Vault Plus? I think that's better than a relic, sir. So, very rare I get to show off the attack option against Ranwood. Ah! What a jerk you are sometimes. He runs away. Get out of here, Ranwood. You stinky man. Stinky Manwood. That's what you should call him. Because that's his name. Cannot actually kill you, huh? So close, yet so far. I'm not playing Panic Button this turn. That seems disastrous. So I guess it'd be just hard cast the Sands. Any block. Pick 9. Or take more than 9. Very well. I will take 9. And then I will Panic Button. What's on top of the deck? Devotion, Fasting, Omniscience. Not the cards I'm currently looking for. I'm looking for Apotheosis. Primarily. Wall up, Crush Joints. This is... Don't want to Eruption. Panic Button, then Scrawl. Apotheosis Wallop here. Feels like the best line. Not allowed to traditionally block on this next turn, which means we have to get creative here. Well, not that creative, since the Reptomancer's not attacking me. All I have to do is kill the daggers. That's not so hard. Now we're talking. Blocking. These are fine. Wait, not vulnerable anymore? Heck. I don't think it matters. Die. Good. White base statue to add insult to injury. Giving us a potion in every card reward. Well, heck, I don't need that. Could take a Deviform here. I think this is also unnecessary, though. Given our base 5 energy per turn and our divinity generation, I don't think we're going to need that. So the Deva is only going to slow us down. Keep that for later. In case we need it for block, we talk to the hands. Yeah. Well, that's why we have artifacts. Easy. More scry? Take one more. It's green! Surely you gotta take the green thing. That's how it works, right? Let's go to the panic button first. Beautiful. Nothing really to omniscience here. Because that's fine too. Get him. Rest in peace, Transient. GG. Bonked. Jack Rainick, thanks for 10 months of support. And Manakalu, thanks for 21. That 4 Thought Finale run, I think it's probably going to be my best run this entire year. Very hard to top that one. More like Transy Ant. Transy ain't worth a ding. If I'd taken the Deviform, I could take this Wheel Kick. But I didn't, so I shan't. This is a problem. Right. Okay, those are good. I'm divine next turn. Okay. Should be able to kill next turn then. Or at least gain a ton of block from attacks. I'm just kill. Womp womp. Don't need a third one of these. Really looking for a mantra card. Or a mental fortress card. That'll do too. Whenever you change stances, gain block. Don't mind if I do. Any stance change here? No. Maybe a few too many powers. Watch out for that. Yeah, here's a good example of why that's bad. 0 block turn 1's not very cool. Not very cool at all. A recall still. Crap. Okay. Not to panic. Only we had potions to help with these sorts of situations. Okay. So you're telling me I can Omniscience, Devotion, and then Vault. Sounds good. Uh-oh. And the stream is streaming. Badly. Bit of an internet hiccup there. Looks like we're still live at least. Probably want an empty mind. Rushdown plus. Fighting the bird first. Could be a real problem. Don't think I want to rush down. No, I don't. Do want an empty mind, but not a rush down. Okay. Who needs bitrate? Not I. He said, laughing maniacally. Not I. Same deal. Omni Devotion. Vaults. get all the powers down. A 100 damage. By the way, I go back into Divinity next turn, so... yeah. Molten Egg gives us a Cut Through Fate upgraded. Deal 9, Scry 3, very good for the current deck. I also don't mind a Tranquility Plus, honestly. But I think we want the Scry and Draw. And unfortunately, as much as I'd like to rest right now, I have to recall. And we face our first boss, the Awakened one, with only 30 hit points here, depending on the exact draws. Yeah. We could either succeed wildly or just die instantly, which looks like what we're going to do. Nice knowing you all. Good run. Maybe should play Foresight there, even though it made me take more damage instantly. Definitely going to go Panacea Panic Button here. Alright, good luck to me. Good. Please find Apotheosis. Thanks. Thank you. Need to keep at least one Talk to the Hand for phase 2, I think. Go Eruption. Strike. Vault. $48. Use one now. It's gonna feel so bad when we die on turn 1 to the second boss. There's nothing I can do about it. Dang it. So screwed. Who knows? Maybe we'll get lucky. Need hand space. Hollow is decent. 13 by 3. Good. One more 13 by 3 to block, and then we're divine. Not too bad. All right, am I dead? Signs point to no, thanks to the presence of Skrull in this opening hand. We might have a chance here. Let's take a look. Vigilance and Wallop. Definitely not bad. I think we're gonna be okay. Beautiful. Let's get this out of my hand. 12 plus 9, blocks. I could even use Halt, and I think I should. Stay truly alive here. Perfect. Now I want to play 5 cards on this turn. It's going to be Apotheosis, Talk to the Hand, Foresight, probably Strike. No, I want the bonus energy next turn. Third Eye. If you play Vault as the 12th card, the turn ends, Time Eater gains 2 strength, and then you get another turn. You essentially skip the ending your turn downside of Time Eater. It's very good. I think we've made it, chat. I think we're going to live. If they want those cards. 15 by 3. There's Panacea. Wave of the Hand and Vault. Still no Panic Button. There it is. Do I need to use it on this turn? I don't think that I do. Could, but I don't need to. This is fine, actually. Play Devotion now. Only 1 card that I can play next turn. That card's gonna be Vault. So excited that we get to go deck 4. How nice. Should have omnied Crush Joints earlier. GG. 2 meter. To thump, a deep pulsing dread can be felt throughout the room. Is this the heart of the spire, the source of potionlessness, still prevailing? You prime your stick with mantra and hit for 2267. Good year. I would like to be full health now, please. Mantra? Mantra that scales with dexterity. Yes. Perfect. Thank you, Dreamcatcher. Truly, yours is a blessed name. Could get a second prostrate here, or we can simply dunk a card. Protect is oddly interesting as well. Sling of Courage could help with a Spire Spear and Spire Shield, but does it help as much as removing the unupgraded Strike? Don't really feel like we need to add another damage card. Yeah, I think just removing that unupgraded Strike is a good idea. Maybe I could add Protect, but I don't think so. Let's just see how this goes. Very, 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 very happy to see Vault on turn 1 here. If we can get a decent turn 1 in either of these combats, it's going to result in such a better time overall. I want this unupgraded Talk to the Hand? Not right now, I don't. Just draw the other Vault. Draw the inner piece. Play it? Play it. Perfect. Scry 7. Draw more cards. Go. Discard this. This. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's good. Double Devotion minus? Doesn't seem that good. Although, hold on, I'm at 3 mantra currently. If I double Devotion minus, that is Divinity next turn. Alright, make it happen. Gonna empty mind into that. Let's play this now. Play this now too. Unless I want to be able to Vigilance first. I think I want to do that. Wave of the Hand, Vigilance, Prostrate next turn. Discard this garbage. This. All of it. Kill the shield, because that's the one that's going to attack me next turn. Easy. Okay, that was perfect. We lost no hit points. We get a usable relic. And we find another upgraded devotion? Okay. Okay. And we drew Panacea on turn 1, which means I'm allowed to block Vulnerable here. Interesting. I would like to do that. Surviving the first few attacks from Heart is the most difficult thing to do in Spire. Especially as Watcher. And I tend to think that if you can survive the initial onslaught of Heart as Watcher, then you'll win the whole fight. So I am more than happy to block Vulnerable here. Let's see what happens. Nice. Okay, try to get stuff upgraded. No luck. Okay, we'll just have 4 talk to the hand in this fight. It's not that bad. And we use the panic button. That means we can only block with non-direct block sources. Defend doesn't make any block, but the talk to the hand will, the wallop will, so we can go crush joints, wallop here. Gives me plenty of block. Get my scry going. Okay, we took very little damage. We're divine next turn. I think we're off to maybe not the best start, but a decent enough start. Please let me find my Apotheosis game. Hello? I guess 5 mantra per turn is fine. But I'm not happy. Double the Mental Fortress. It's the only card in the draw pile, so yeah, I will. Bottom 3 cards were Omniscience, Apotheosis, Mental Fortress. Yet, with this deck, we're still fine. Good. Very good. Ow. My face, though. Fasting wallop. Vigilance. Those. Fly vulnerable. Bonk. Could now end my turn, but there's no reason to. Let's just do the Blanky. Very smooth fight. GG. GG, everybody. Bonk. Put that one in the content vault. GG. GG. Who needs potions when you can just take extra turns? The Spire sleeps, and so shall I. GG, everybody. GG. So many cards in this deck. A couple redundancies. Double Devotion, Double Foresight, Double Talk to the Hand. It was nice to have duplicates of those. Double Vault. This deck almost ended up losing in the Act 3 bosses because of its inconsistency with turn 1 draw, because there are so many powers in this deck. Can I sort them by type here? I can't. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 powers. That's a lot of powers. But thankfully, we didn't end up in that situation. We were able to draw exactly what we needed to survive Time Eater and get through intact. That was really good. Really, really good. Ooh. Rainwood. So, a good set of 3 runs. Watcher, Defect, and Silent. Did lose a few times on Defect, but that's okay. That's okay. That is going to be where I wind Spire down for today and end of the stream at large. Give myself some daylight hours today to go running. We got a lot more coming up this week, though. Some more Spire action. I do want to get in another play session of Floppy Nights, which we checked out for the first time on stream yesterday. And then towards the end of the week on Saturday, we'll be celebrating my birthday on the stream. Very much looking forward to that. See you later, Jedit, Mr. Shiba, Bailey, Ace Cyclone, Ghost, Balthazar, Dromar, Non-Biners, Sprunzo, BB Tech, Mjit, Bola Noodles, Minimus Gluteus, Adonis Incarnate, Junt, Lord Snow. Good night, farewell, ta-ta, have a great one. Thanks for watching. Until next time, this is Baylor, signing off. Stay cozy, have fun, and be kind to one another. Toodaloo.